I brought my creativity to YouTube in May of 2021. And the slideshow it highlights every case that I've touched, every story I've tried to tell and shine a light on. That is not me gloating. That is me saying, why the hell is the list so big? Now, all of that didn't happen in 2021. Those are just all the stories I shined my light on because they caught my attention. They moved my heart. But why do I have a year's worth of stories in only 7 months? And a to-do list a mile long? If only I had more months in the year. It's heartbreaking. It's really heartbreaking. I didn't set out to make a true crime channel, and I don't intend to become that. It's just that this channel is about things that I admire, things I represent, things that I wish that more people at least knew about. That was the whole and only concept. And in doing that, I guess even I've had to realize, and I knew I was true crime, but I guess I'm a lot more true crime than I realized. So it dominates the channel. But it's not the only thing you have seen or will see here. I won't say that. But you will see it, and a lot of it. And I don't share it for fun and entertainment. I don't. That might be what the fair use says, but I don't share it for entertainment purposes only. I don't want to get emotional. And this is not about me. It's about what this channel has made me truly realize. You know, the world is hurting. And people need help. So, of December, we're going to dry our eyes and we're going to use our voices. And I would like to share with you, reshare with you, as many of the stories as I can that I have shared during this year. I pray that in the coming year, these families will have justice and peace. And to help them find it, I only ask that you click that button that says share. If you care about these people, do what you can to help them. That's all I'm doing. So look out for it. All month long, every single day. We started with Echo Lloyd, and I don't know what the next will be. I'll pull from my playlist and I'll pull from my heart. One last shot at it in 2021. Maybe even get justice. Well, that's all I got. I'll see you in the comments and every day in December.
fucking tired of looking on the news. To see these kids missing just sickens my mood. Now I got an attitude. You think I won't battle fool? I will slap the fuck out of you. Maybe I am a radical. Charged up with a matador. If you don't love the kids, why do you got them for? Tell the truth, how they got out the door. These cases I can't ignore. You damn right I want your face on the floor. We lacking info pimping, I'ma need more. See, it's the truth that we want. You're supposed to love your kid, the truth is you don't. Somebody bring them parents up to the front. Them kids been missing for months. Damn right I'm mad, pimp, I done had enough. Oh, my business, bitch, I don't give a fuck. I might just tear this shit up. Now we got summer, we got horse, and we got on. Like the parents, they don't care. I'm like, what the fuck you doing? All of the YouTubers pursuing. They do more than what you doing. Now how the fuck you gonna influence? Your reputation done been ruined. Why they taking these kids? I'm so sick of this shit. Why they taking these kids? I'm so sick of this shit. Remember that kid they left in the car? Sydney Deal, she had a bum for a father. And it was Sardis Navarre. Just break the window, but he wouldn't even bother. He making kids, now that's really a problem. What about that fella Kawan? The lady picked him up was a mom. Now Kawan was a friend with a son. I can't believe what they done. They found his body in the sugar cane field. Now his parents gotta shed some real tears. This ain't how the fuck we supposed to live. If you got a kid, show them that you love them. Cause they leaving on the dub. Protect them, gotta keep them covered. Cause there's some evil motherfuckers plotting, waiting just to touch them. Don't you think this shit is nuts? They taking kids out by the dozen. It's so many living in your city limits. If you think that they offended, that mean you think this again. It only take a single man. Evaluate the way you live. This was a blessing you was given. It's gonna hit you different if your child just end up missing. Why they taking these kids? I'm so sick of this shit. Why they taking these kids? I'm so sick of this shit. Why they taking these kids? I'm so sick of this shit. Why?
Sitting here at Christmas time, really missing Xavier Harrelson. You know, when I go back through these stories, it's not easy. It's different, I guess, when you're reporting them sort of real time and putting out the updates and you're in the thick of things, you know, but when the smoke clears and all you've got left is somebody's baby boy lying in a field he may have been laying in for 4 months, a field he could have been dropped off in when people were done using him for whatever they needed him for. Same clothes he disappeared in. It hurts. It really hurts. Especially when you don't know, well, the why. Why? Who? Why? So for today's premiere, we will be replaying my coverage on Xavier Harrelson, unedited. And you're probably going to hear some F-bombs and things because it really pissed me off when they found him. I know it's the holidays, and I hope I'm not bringing anybody down with these daily stories. It's just that their lives really matter. And I find it hard to go on and celebrate my holidays without taking some time to, just say their names. Bittersweet stories. Bittersweet. Because at the end of this story, spoiler alert. I should have said that in the beginning. No longer missing. He was found deceased. So, we got half of the battle won. It's no longer missing. But the justice is. KCRG.com reports from the Iowa DCI on November 10th, 2021. Yes, we're starting his story at the end. And after I read this article to you, I will share with you the way it all unfolded for us. So the article reads, Xavier Harrelson's cause of death may not be released anytime soon. It says it's been several weeks since human remains found in Montezuma were identified as 10-year-old Xavier Harrelson. Well, he turned 11. Wow. Y'all got to get it together, KCRG. He turned 11. But right after he went missing. Now the community is anxiously waiting for the release of what may have caused his death. But investigators with the Iowa Division of Criminal Investigations say they may not release it. This is in part because Harrelson's death is still an active criminal investigation. This means the Iowa State Medical Examiner's Office is allowed to withhold the cause of death if the investigation is pending. At this time, there are no plans on when that may be. Hundreds of people helped search areas around Montezuma in the days after Harrelson was reported missing. A family friend reported Harrelson on May 27th. Shout out to you, Samantha, for doing that. He was last seen riding his bike near his home in Montezuma, where he lives with his mother, just days before his 11th birthday. So they get it right here. But up there, they don't know how old he is. They don't. Poor baby. Investigators kept in regular contact with Harrelson's mother, who said she had no idea where Harrelson might have gone. Friends said Harrelson acted as a caretaker for his mother, Sarah, and described him as kind and caring with her. Community fundraisers, including a concert, collected donations for a reward fund topping $34,000 for information leading to Harrelson. Of course, they don't tell you who got the reward, but I'm assuming somebody got it. Since there was another search, you'll see it in just a moment during the video. But there was another search later on, kind of out of the blue. And we were all like, oh my God, they're going to find him today. But they didn't. And then the next time they talked about him, it was just a possibility that they had found him. But I'm assuming that was based on a tip. I don't know. We don't know. In either case, we found this baby. And now we got to get justice. Who did this? And why? Damn it. It just makes me mad to even ask that question. It's so played out. But it's unanswered. So you can't stop asking. I'm telling you. Going back through these cases really makes me feel some kind of way. Let's rewind Xavier's story and say his name. Xavier Harrelson. May he rest in peace.
Well, I think it's a great place to be. Small towns, as a rule, they're more family. It feels like a family when you come in. And this is definitely a family town. Like I said earlier, people really reach out and take care of each other. You know, I'm part of several different either civic or church-related groups, and there isn't a need that's passed around that doesn't get met, it doesn't seem. People are just very caring and giving, and they just really want to help each other out in this community.
Search underway for missing Montezuma, Iowa boy. May 28th, 2021. A 10-year-old boy is missing from Poweshiek County. Authorities are looking for Xavier Harrelson, who was last seen in Montezuma yesterday. Was it Thursday? He was wearing a red t-shirt, blue pajama pants, and black high-top shoes. Xavier is 4 feet 8 inches tall and weighs 100 pounds. He has brown hair and blue eyes.
We don't want to have to read this next story, but we have to alert you that there is another search for a missing person. They're calling this a missing and endangered child case out of Poweshiek County.
The Iowa DCI joined the search today for a 10-year-old Xavier Harrelson. The DCI just clarified he left home yesterday morning, so Thursday morning, but never came back. That night, family reported him missing. He lives at the Spruce Village Trailer Park in Montezuma. That's on the northwest edge of town, as you see on the map. Poweshiek County deputies and the state's DCI are searching the area. This includes to the west, Diamond Lake Park with a large lake. KCRG TV 9's Ethan Stein met with those investigators today in Montezuma.
No one has seen Xavier Harrelson since Thursday morning. It's been more than 24 hours since he went missing, and today DCI agents joined the search. Part of the issue is the size of the area they're searching. The mobile home community where he lives is close to Diamond Lake Park, which includes a 90-acre lake. Neighbors say deputies began searching homes and cars last night, trying to find any clues.
Just cops surrounding the trailers and looking for a boy. I got off work and I seen all these cops. I was like, wow.
DCI says there are no signs that anyone forced their way into the home. The situation at this point doesn't trigger an Amber Alert, since that requires specific criteria such as a confirmed abduction. We spoke with the missing boy's father off camera. He wants people to know that they miss their son and love him very much. In Montezuma, Ethan Stein, KCRG TV 9 News.
Here's a look at Xavier Harrelson one more time. Again, he was last seen 11 a.m. Thursday in Montezuma. Anyone who's seen him or knows where he is should call a new phone line set up for this investigation specifically. Here's that number on your screen, 641-623-2107, and that will connect you with the Poweshiek County Sheriff's Office.
Agents were seen leaving the trailer Tuesday where Xavier Harrelson lives with his mother. They continue to canvass Montezuma and are currently reviewing footage from a dozen surveillance cameras.
If you have a surveillance system, whether it's your home or your business, that you let us know, as there might be something on there.
Investigators are looking for any trace of the 11-year-old. His friend's mom reported him missing Thursday. The case is now gaining national media attention and the FBI is involved.
My hope is that he can be found today.
Montezuma's mayor, Jackie Boland, says the town is suffering.
It's scary and very concerning.
Xavier's mother has not said a word publicly, but now two of his beloved teachers here at Montezuma Elementary School are speaking out on his behalf.
He has a huge heart, and that's, kind of going along with, did he speak to somebody, because he would know no stranger and he'd be willing to help anyone out.
Xavier's teachers say they've been sick with worry since Thursday.
Yeah, I didn't sleep much that night, just thinking what he would be doing.
They don't believe Xavier would run away because his mom is disabled and the 11-year-old is her caretaker.
He would often say how he needs to be with mom and help out at home and all those things. So that's why I just feel that, something's happened out of his control.
Hundreds of people searched over the holiday weekend. Authorities say at this point they are confident Xavier is not in the area.
Every moment that goes by, it's more and more suspicious and concerning, obviously. But we haven't ruled anything out.
In Montezuma, Laura Terrell, KCCI 8 News, Iowa's news leader.
As you can see at this point in Xavier's story, it's June 2nd, 2021. Remember, he was last seen May 27th. As National Center for Missing and Exploited Children explains how to help find Xavier Harrelson. And this is still relevant, because he's still missing.
A national organization is now sharing information and resources to try and help find Xavier. KCRG TV 9's Nicole Agee explains what anyone can do to help in this search.
This case is one of thousands the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children is helping out with. A member of its team was in the Montezuma area handing out posters in the search for Xavier. The organization says every case is different, but the most important thing in these first days of a missing child case is to get the child's picture out there. Share all of the information you can about the child and any clue about where they may have gone. In Xavier's case, we know investigators are no longer actively searching and don't need volunteers. But those who still want to help can play a role.
They can still be the eyes and ears of the community. Someone may see something, they might hear something, they might know something. So even if they're physically not searching for him, they can be that still eye and ear.
Kong Sofer says social media is also a powerful tool. She says it's helpful to keep sharing Xavier's picture and his story, as well as the number to call if you have any information. In the studio, Nicole Agee, KCRG TV 9 News.
The Powashik County Sheriff's Office is offering a reward in the ongoing search for a missing 11-year-old boy.
It's been nearly 2 weeks since anyone has seen Xavier Harrelson. It was in late May, the 27th to be specific, when the Sheriff's Office and the Iowa Division of Criminal Investigation first asked for help in finding Xavier Harrelson, because that's when he was last seen, according to his mom. He lives at the Spruce Village Mobile Home Park, where investigators say he walked away from his home on the 27th, around 11 in the morning, and just never returned. Now, people can donate to this new reward at Montezuma State Bank. That's on 4th Street there. The Sheriff's Office tells TV9 it's going to be releasing more information about this reward tomorrow. There is a phone line set up for any tips in helping to find Xavier. Here's the number, 641-623-2107.
June 10th, 2021. $15,000 reward offered for information on missing 11-year-old Iowa boy Xavier Harrelson. It was a start. Two weeks after 11-year-old Xavier Harrelson vanished from his small Iowa town, police are hoping a 5-figure reward will encourage people to come through. Xavier was last seen around 11 a.m. on May 27th, 3 days before his birthday. In Montezuma, about 60 miles east of Des Moines, a family friend reported him missing later that day. More than 500 volunteers and police officers have been searching the rural area with no luck so far. The Powashik County Sheriff's Office announced Wednesday that local businesses and private citizens have donated more than $15,000 as a fund to help garner information on his disappearance that leads to the resolution of this case. Xavier is listed at 4 feet 9 inches and 100 pounds, brown hair and blue eyes. He was last seen wearing a red t-shirt, blue pajama pants, and black high-top shoes. Anyone with information related to Xavier's disappearance is asked to call the Powashik County Sheriff's Office at 641-623-2107. So the community was definitely kicking in, like they said they do. Come together. Took about a week and it hit 17,000. And then on the 18th of June, reward in Xavier Harrelson's case eclipses 22,000. Montezuma Mayor Jackie Boland confirmed to Iowa's News Now the total for fund is now $22,425.80. Now that's a lot of money. Somebody needs to talk. If you have information in this case, you can call the Powashik County Sheriff's Office tip line at 641-452-1111 or Crime Stoppers at crimestoppersofcentraliowa.com. I'm just looking at his picture. Our baby's just out there somewhere. Keep rolling. There's more to Xavier's story.
For a light bulb, people were dropping $50 bills.
A hardware store in Montezuma has started a new effort to raise reward money for information into missing Xavier Harrelson. That 11-year-old was last seen May 27th, now nearly 3 weeks ago. That reward fund has raised $17,000 for information leading to finding him.
KCRG TV9's Brian Tabak spoke to a local store owner about his new push to keep getting the word out.
Trees and city signs are decorated with orange ribbons. Pictures of the missing 11-year-old Xavier Harrelson are plastered on storefronts. And now, porch lights are lighting the way to try and bring more information about what happened.
The boy's still missing. He's out there somewhere. And we need to find information, something. We need to get him home or find out what happened.
Daryl Eckenberger is the owner of Hometown Hardware in downtown Montezuma. These orange lights are his idea. This weekend, he raised just under $1,000 by selling them and adding the earnings to the reward money.
Had the fishbowl here, and people were just dropping in whatever they could, 20s, 50s, $100 bills sometimes.
The popularity of these lights took off faster than he expected. Clusters of homes lighting their porches in orange, Xavier's favorite color.
It was immediate. As soon as they saw it on Facebook, it was immediate.
He says donating the bulbs is a small gesture to try and answer the question on everyone's mind.
We can, if we can get some more money towards that reward fund, somebody might see that and step forward and give a good tip, and that's what we're looking for.
In Montezuma, Brian Tabak, KCRG TV9.
It's been 3 weeks since the disappearance of 11-year-old Xavier Harrelson in Montezuma. 3 weeks for a worried community waiting for answers. Answers with a time frame that nobody knows. That's why the Montezuma community has spent weeks decked out in orange to show support for Xavier's story.
It's a lot to have a kid that 11 years old disappear.
Everywhere you look around downtown Montezuma, you see posters of Xavier Harrelson.
I think it's a little crazy to see all of the support and everything. I think it's amazing because our community is like that.
For the Bravettes softball team, it was an easy decision for how the squad would help bring awareness to the search. Although their traditional colors are white and blue, during every batting practice, the team dons orange, Xavier's favorite color.
It was something that there's not a lot what you can do, and so doing this is a great way to just show that we're in support. We support Xavier and his family, and we pray for his safe return.
The color scheme extends to wearing ribbons on the field and having spectators come prepared as well. Even opposing teams have developed their own ways to show support.
We went over to Kyoto here a week or so ago when they did a 50-50 drawing. They also wore some ribbons. EV came to town here the other day, and they all had ribbons.
On the softball field, games serve as an escape from everything that's consumed this town.
It just helps you forget for a little bit so that you can just take a moment and you're playing, you're in the game with your friends, and then just helps you forget about it.
You have to forget about everything and just think of softball for a couple hours so you can get that off your mind. But once you go back to reality, hearing all the things about Xavier is kind of hard to listen to.
Hoping that awareness will continue to grow, the team's plan is to continue wearing orange.
I love that everyone's been able to come out of the situation and be able to support one another, and we just hope that his name keeps on being announced no matter where it is, and spread awareness and keep up with it.
These kids are dealing with a lot, and so if there's a way that they can come out here and they can play a game that they love, but then also still show that they're in total support and awareness of the situation that's going on, I think it's great for us to have this opportunity.
So far, he's just missing. The community seems to be rallying together. His mother hasn't come out and said a word. Reward is growing.
If investigators have any strong leads, they aren't saying at this point. Nathan Borton used to race bikes with Xavier. He says it's nice to see the ribbons and all the hope that his friend will be found.
The whole town is actually trying to find him, and looking for him is actually pretty good.
Jamie Anderson says Xavier used to come over to play with her dog. She says he was always kind and respectful.
This town is pouring out because this has been such a huge shock, because it's such family oriented here, and we watch out for each other.
The sadness is mixed with mystery around the trailer park where Xavier's home is. The boy, who was never known to leave alone, is gone with no hint of what happened. His family has refused to speak to neighbors or media. Investigators say they're considering all possibilities, from an accident to a crime. Anderson says many moms are having a hard time.
You want to keep positive thoughts and pray that God has it in his hands, that hopefully somebody knows something out there and will give us an idea of where he's at, that he's safe, and maybe, you know, something just happened to where he needed a break and just wanted some time to himself.
In Montezuma, Andrew Mullenbeck, KCCI 8 News, Iowa's news leader.
You are the mayor of Montezuma, and we were just talking for a moment. You started in January of 2020?
That's correct.
Okay, so you came in after the search for Molly and all of those things, and nobody would have expected that, and that we would have something similar to that here in Montezuma now.
No.
How are you and your community doing right now?
Well, the community is suffering, honestly. It's never easy when anyone goes missing, but Xavier's a little boy, and, you know, obviously a child, and that kind of takes things to just a different level. Everyone is very concerned and honestly just scared for him.
I mean, as a community, in a short time span, you guys have gone from the highest of highs. So your high school team won a state title, and you guys were feeling proud, and things were good. And then all of a sudden, this has just hit, and it's just a real seesaw going on here.
Most definitely, kind of like a ton of bricks. This one. You're right. We have had, you know, lots of success in the last year. We've also had lots of trials and tribulations, along with a lot of other communities in the state of Iowa.
Okay. So Montezuma is closely tied with Brooklyn. I mean, I know when I was in high school, there was a good rivalry between Montezuma and Brooklyn, but there are many families and many other ties that. So when that happened in Brooklyn, it impacted Montezuma as well.
It most definitely did.
And as that trial was wrapping up, I would think that Montezuma kind of exhaled a little bit of relief that's done. That chapter's in our past, and almost within the same day, really.
Yeah,
this
didn't really have time to celebrate that.
No.
You know, although we were all, you know, very happy with the way that all ended up, and we felt that, you know, our sheriff's department deserved that, and along with other law enforcement agencies, of course. Mm-hmm. But yeah, this one, it was not much of a rebound there.
So what do you think the difference is between Molly's case and Xavier's case? Because with Molly, there was a ton of national media that showed up. There was press conferences regularly. So far, we've not seen that with Xavier.
Right, we have not. And I can't answer that question. I don't know the answer to that. Obviously, it's two totally separate cases, different circumstances for each case, and I'm sure that, you know, we trust that law enforcement is doing what they feel is best right now.
Your employees, city employees, the fire department, all of those folks have really been putting in a ton of resources. How is the city of Montezuma helping to handle that, make that possible, and do you guys need some help in order to make that even?
You know, it's really a good question, because we aren't good at this. We don't do this stuff often. This isn't something that we ever want to get good at. But everyone is definitely pitching in, coming together, and, you know, trying to get Xavier's face out there. And as far as us needing help, we probably do. We probably do. We have, you know, the Poweshiek County Sheriff's Office has set up a reward fund, which we're hoping that'll help. It'll help make people maybe stop and think a little bit harder, and maybe they've got some tips. Anything is anything. They'll listen to any of it. And that is really what we want. We want people to call in to the tip line if they can think of anything that was unusual on that day or prior days. We don't know. We just want them to inform law enforcement agencies of that. And that tip line is 641-623-2107.
And for your residents in your community, do you feel you're able to tell them that you feel like they're safe still? I mean, I'm sure that people
Boy, I can't tell them that. I don't know. I don't know. I feel like that is something that would have to come from Sheriff Kriegel, the DCI, you know, that kind of thing. I guess not hearing that, you know, we need to be on the lookout. I guess one can assume that we're safe, but you know, assumptions aren't always a good thing.
Right.
So everyone is very cautious. Kids are scared. You know, they really are. They're, you know, Xavier's classmates and friends and the parents of kids that age, you know, they're very concerned.
Reward. So can you tell me a little bit more about how this came about and how folks can help contribute to it and what your ultimate goal is with it?
Right. The reward fund came about, I heard it through Tom Kriegel, our sheriff, and people can donate, they can give cash, a check, they can wire money to Montezuma State Bank. That is where the Xavier Fund account is.
You know, how would you encourage somebody to say, you know what, maybe I should say something?
I guess you really never know. You never know if something that dawns on you that was unusual or just something that you saw, you never know if that's going to be a benefit to this case, to their investigation. I would suggest you just take the chance and give them a call and let them know what you're thinking or what you saw. They'll listen to any of it. The whole community has really come together and they're getting Xavier's face out there. Hopefully this is going nationwide. We don't know where Xavier is. And we want everyone to see his face. And that's really what we're working on right now. As a community, our surrounding communities, everyone has just pitched in that way and helped tremendously. And social media has been a big part of that. And we'll try anything. Any posters hanging everywhere, that's what we want to see.
And you are the person that's behind the Montezuma Record, which is the official newspaper here in Montezuma.
Yes.
And I know that for you, I mean, this is, Molly just ended, all of that, you know. Talk me through how the community's responded. I mean, they had the same day, you get the verdict in, and then Xavier's reported as missing.
Yes. I think they're still kind of numb from Molly. You know, that went on so long. Was it like 3 years, I believe? 2018. No, the community has really bonded together on trying to find him.
To get that national attention. What do you think the difference is between that case and this one?
Well, I don't know that there's a lot of difference. It's the unknown, you know. We just don't know what happened to the little boy. Of course, we didn't know for Molly either, but this seems to hit a little harder when it's a kid like this.
The word that's coming out from law enforcement seemed to kind of ebb and flow a little bit during Molly's case, but it's been a little quieter. Do you think that has something to do with the amount of attention that the Xavier's case is getting?
Probably.
Yeah.
And they don't want to. There's just so many unanswered questions right now. I think they just want to keep it quiet till they know what's what.
As a local reporter, news individual, as far as Xavier's disappearance and for your community, what kind of advice would you?
Oh, I really don't know. Things have gotten so bad for the kids and everybody. I just don't have any advice.
Every morning, Kevin and Kelly Kautzer play the card game Uno in the kitchen of their rural Montezuma mobile home. Every morning, they said they always see the boy next door, 11-year-old Xavier Harrelson, riding his blue bike outside their north-facing window. I think he tries to get our daughter's attention, said Kelly Kautzer, 51. She's 10, and they play and ride bikes together all the time. I think he has a little crush on her. But the morning of May 27th, Kevin and Kelly Kautzer didn't see Harrelson outside. I've never seen him leave the mobile home park except to go to school, said Kevin Kautzer, 59. By then, Montezuma schools had already started their summer vacation. Harrelson was reported missing that afternoon. Vigils have been held, and hundreds of community members and other volunteers have searched for Harrelson throughout the city of about 1,340 people. Both the Iowa Division of Criminal Investigation and the Federal Bureau of Investigation have joined the Poweshiek County Sheriff's Office in the search. Officers have scouted for surveillance cameras on buildings in town and spent the week scanning video for clues. Thursday marked a week since Harrelson disappeared. With few leads and no signs of his whereabouts, the search for the missing boy continues. My daughter asks all the time, did they find him? Kelly Kautzer said. It's always the same answer. No, I wish. Police, family, and friends and neighbors say it's out of the ordinary for Harrelson to be gone from home overnight with no contact, and authorities consider him to be endangered. We still don't have anything, a tipping point, to say this is criminal or non-criminal circumstances, Montezuma said Wednesday. It's probably less likely that he walked away or ran away, since it's been 6 days at the point of this article. But it could be that. It could have been a horrible accident. We just don't know yet. We're not ruling anything out. Montezuma said authorities were told the boy was last seen the morning of May 27th near the mobile home park, where he lives with his mother of the northwest side of town. On the northwest side of town. So that's where detectives began their search. Family, friends, and neighbors have been interviewed, along with anyone who was close with Harrelson or those who might have had last contact with him, Montezuma said. The younger the child, the less likely they are to go farther away. But every case is different, Montezuma said. By Saturday, authorities expanded the search to other neighborhoods, homes, and grassy and wooded areas around town, Montezuma said. Detectives searched Montezuma's Diamond Lake Park, which is less than a mile from where Harrelson lives, with 2 dive teams. Airplanes, drones, all-terrain vehicles, horses, and dogs have been used in the search too, he said. Flyers with the boy's face and description have been posted all over the city. And on Sunday, Harrelson's 11th birthday, hundreds of volunteers searched throughout town for him. The search for Harrelson has been reminiscent of the search for Molly Tibbetts, a 20-year-old University of Iowa student who disappeared while out for a jog and was later found dead in rural Poweshiek County, same county where Montezuma is located. In July 2018, Tibbetts' hometown of Brooklyn is about 20 miles northeast of Montezuma. The day after Harrelson was reported missing, the suspect in Tibbetts' killing, Christian Bahina Rivera, 26, was convicted of first-degree murder in a high-profile televised trial. Now, this would probably be the best time to point out the information I came to understand today. And we'll get there in his story. It is very interesting that they would not think that it could be a connection here. Maybe I'll just say that, because I don't like the killer. Little tidbit here is very interesting to me. The day after Harrelson was reported missing, the suspect in Tibbetts killing, Christian Bahena Rivera, 26, was convicted of first-degree murder in a high-profile televised trial. Could we be looking at payback? Let me just put it out there, because that just kind of ran across the brain. And that's allowed to happen. Just like Molly, we're here until it's resolved. Hopefully, we can find Harrelson and bring him back home, Morvet said. Among those helping distribute missing persons buttons and flyers featuring Xavier's face has been Molly's Movement, a group that does community service in Tibbetts' name and pledged to move mountains to find the missing boy, the Associated Press reported. Harrelson is described as 4 feet 8 inches tall, weighing 100 pounds, and has brown hair and blue eyes. He was wearing a red t-shirt, blue pajama pants, and black high-top shoes when he disappeared, according to police. An Amber Alert was not issued after Harrelson's disappearance because it hasn't been determined to be a criminal incident, Morvet said. He's a joyous, helpful boy, his mother's friend says. The window of the trailer where Harrelson and his mother live are boarded up with cardboard and other items. A friend of his mother, Samantha Ricks, 34, of Montezuma, said she hasn't heard from her in days. No one answered. A registered reporter's knock on the door Wednesday afternoon. TV station news crews swarmed the neighborhood, and a handful of children were playing around the mobile home park, some riding bikes, just as Harrelson loved to do. A member of Harrelson's family, whom the register reached via phone, declined to comment on his disappearance, saying they wanted to focus their efforts on searching for him. For Ricks and other community members who have been searching for Harrelson, the days since he went missing have been absolutely insane and frustrating, she said. Ricks was the one who called police. She said Harrelson's mother had asked her to help find Harrelson, but his mother didn't want to call the police herself. Ricks yelled Harrelson's name throughout the mobile home park and went door to door asking about him, she said. Ricks met Harrelson's mother about 5 years ago through a previous landlord. They had become friends, as did Harrelson and Ricks's 6-year-old son. Her son said, Ricks said, I was trying to avoid saying his name and I skipped something there. Ricks said, Harrelson is like a nephew to her. Ricks described Harrelson as joyous, remarkable, and loving, and said he always has a smile on his face, his dimples shining. Harrelson is a shy kid, Ricks added. He'll talk your ear off once you get to know him. And he's a helper. His mother has a prosthetic leg, Ricks said, and Harrelson has acted as her caregiver at times. Harrelson's kindness and his willingness to help others make Ricks fearful that he would be susceptible to danger from strangers. If someone had stopped Harrelson on the street to ask for his help, he'd say yes, she said. He's special, she added, and he deserves more. Ricks' son, Kyle, added that Harrelson's kindness is one of his favorite things about his friend. He's nice, and he shares his Legos. Makes people smile a lot. I like everything about him, Kyle said, his mother smiling beside him. He's in our hearts, and we're in his, he said. Rick said she feels helpless as the search for Harrelson continues. The boy isn't one to wander, and he knew his boundaries, he said. I don't know even where to begin to look. This little boy would never run off like this. Never, he said. But she isn't going to stop looking for Harrelson and making his name and face known to others. Plans to post more flyers at local businesses, to make buttons, and to put up orange ribbons all over town. Harrelson wore a lot of orange, he said. Riggs hosted a vigil for Harrelson earlier in the week and wants to plan another. He's more than just a face on a poster, a description on a Facebook post, she said. He's a bright, loving life. I will not give up. I don't care if it's 30 years from now. The city of Montezuma will not forget that little boy's face. Samantha, thank God for you. So much love and passion just in her words, and I so want his mother to feel the same passion. Like I'm sad and I'm mad at the same time. I'm so happy at the same time that somebody loves him this much. And it's pissing me off that it's not his mother. But thank God for Samantha. Somebody's got to tell his story. Let's continue. I'm tired of seeing these grid searches. Well, thankful to see him at the same time. I mean, it's just also bittersweet. How many times have we seen this scene? How many more times are we going to have to? What is wrong in this world? Why do people keep disappearing? Where are they going? Who's taking them? Like, this is just crazy. People don't just disappear. So tired of it. I mean, isn't it getting old? Isn't it? I mean, the vigils, searches. Look at this terrain. More of this. Grass up to your waist. Trees everywhere. Lakes we have to drain. Parents that won't freaking speak up. I'm sick of it.
KCCI's Laura Terrell traveled there again tonight to learn more about the growing community effort to bring the missing boy home.
Videos of Xavier Harrelson swimming and celebrating birthdays show joyous moments before he disappeared. These videos are now posted all over a Facebook page dedicated to finding the 11-year-old who was reported missing on May 27th.
If all they can do is click and share online every day, you know, that helps.
Joy Van Landschoot started the online effort that's now grown to nearly 10,000 followers. She even keeps track of all the counties where Xavier's missing flyer is spotted.
We have some buttons. There's 2 different ones.
His face now covers buttons, magnets, and t-shirts. Van Landschoot, a screen printer from Brooklyn, was also behind the massive effort to find Molly Tibbetts.
That gave us a chance to see what needs are out there and how promotional products can actually help in awareness to finding missing people.
Here in Montezuma, businesses are stepping up by donating and raising money for the reward fund, which is now $17,000.
Orange is his favorite color, so somebody came up with the idea of putting orange light bulbs in your porch lights.
Daryl Eichenberger, the owner of Hometown Hardware, gave away these bulbs to customers in exchange for a reward fund donation.
People came in, started just throwing their money in the fishbowl. $50, $100.
$950 raised in just 2 days. And these Montezuma sisters used a lemonade stand to raise more than $300.
And hope is all we have left to hold on to here.
Family friend Samantha Ricks reported Xavier missing nearly 3 weeks ago. She fears that despite the flyers and orange ribbons, people will forget with each passing day.
Never knowing is my greatest fear. Because there's not a minute of the day that goes by that I don't think of him.
Authorities say they aren't giving up, and neither should the public. In Montezuma, Laura Terrell, KCCI 8 News, Iowa's news leader.
The search continues for Xavier Harrelson, the missing 11-year-old boy from Montezuma.
Tonight, a community gathers for a benefit concert. Take a good look. This is Xavier Harrelson. He's been missing for about a month. Local 5's John Diaz shows the impact this community is trying to make.
Now to the Poweshiek County Fairgrounds tonight for this benefit concert. You can see many are wearing orange tonight. That is Xavier's favorite color. And while obviously organizers are trying to raise money tonight, the real goal, they tell us, is to bring Xavier home. From a sea of orange, a tidal wave of support. Family, friends, total strangers coming in from across Iowa, most donating as they came in.
Well, I have talked to his mother and stuff, just trying to keep her positive. It's devastating. I can't imagine losing my son.
But before they arrived, volunteers like Anna Upaw helping bring this concert to life.
I had a sister that was missing last year.
So Xavier's disappearance hits close to home.
People of Iowa, I mean, they were just all over it, and they were very, very helpful and compassionate, and I don't know what we would have done without the community help.
Organizer Joy Van Landschoot has been helping families navigate the pain of searching for a missing loved one since the disappearance of Molly Tibbetts.
Go ahead and do the orange here.
This concert, organized by her group, Molly's Movement.
Not only is it showing community support, but I think it also shows that even if you don't know somebody that's missing, it needs to be important because you would want the same thing done for yourself.
It has been more than a month since Xavier was last seen, and despite search efforts, folks like Anna know it gets tough, but they continue to hold out hope.
I never gave up hope with my sister. We will not give up.
In Poweshiek County, John Diaz, Local 5 News, we are Iowa.
The money goes towards a reward for information leading to Xavier. Organizers say they have raised over $5,000, bringing the total now to about $32,000.
We're at about the 1 month mark now in Xavier Harrelson's story.
Well, this weekend marks 1 month since Xavier Harrelson's disappearance. The 11-year-old boy was last seen in Montezuma in late May. The case has gained national attention and several search efforts have netted 0 results. If you know where he is, just call 911.
Today marks 4 weeks since 11-year-old Xavier Harrelson disappeared. Investigators say he was last seen the morning of May 27th in his hometown of Montezuma. After an initial search, investigators have not shared any new information. The reward fund for information into the disappearance has now raised more than $22,000. If you have any information on Xavier's disappearance, please call the Poweshiek County Sheriff's Office at 641-623-2107.
And the reward fund continues to grow. $31,618. This was as of June 18th. So no one comes forward. No one knows anything. That just seems like a complete impossibility. A week before Christian Bahina Rivera, convicted in the high-profile 2018 murder of Molly Tibbetts, was to be sentenced Thursday, his attorneys raised the possibility of a new suspect in the slaying of the 20-year-old Brooklyn, Iowa college student. Bahina's lawyers say 2 witnesses came forward after Bahina testified, pointing to a man who the witnesses alleged admitted to killing Tibbetts. The defense also attempted to connect the Tibbetts case to yet another suspect, a 2019 investigation into an alleged sex trafficking ring in Mahaska County and the alleged recent disappearances of children in and around Poweshiek County, where Tibbetts lived, including 11-year-old Xavier Harrelson. Investigators have not confirmed these claims. Now there is an update. I skipped because I had to tell you what came out first. Update says, a judge rejected Christian Bahina Rivera's attorney's request to delve into investigations of kidnapping and sex trafficking in a 4-county region surrounding the area where 20-year-old Brooklyn, Iowa college student Molly Tibbetts went missing in 2018 and was later found dead. So they're basically not tying the two together. But there's more to Xavier's story that might help you understand why some believe it should be tied. Now, I don't know if it's going to be in here, but what I do know from Molly Golightly today, who has spoken with Samantha Ricks, they are very much in the know about this case. And as I understand it, Xavier's mother was dating a guy who was tied to this very sex trafficking ring that the judge doesn't want to hear any parts of it. So even though this little boy is missing, his mom was dating someone tied to a large trafficking ring. They don't see the connection. I mean, maybe there isn't one. But his mom was dating dude. Let it, as Country Wayne would say, let it sizzle in your spirit, see if it makes sense to you. But as of now, it doesn't make sense to the judge, and he's not considering it. But interesting, right? Xavier was last seen in Montezuma on May 27th, the day before Bahina was found guilty of first-degree murder. Motions filed by the defense demand the state turn over any evidence that might help clear their client and grant a new trial. On Wednesday morning, Judge Joel Yates delayed Bahina's sentencing, and a hearing was held Thursday to determine whether the state is obligated to turn over any additional information. A ruling is expected by week's end. So, They go on to talk more about Lahina and Molly, and I don't want to sidetrack as much as they did and twist the stories up, because this is Xavier's story. But is it connected? I mean, connected by locale, I get that, but is it connected? And the fact that Xavier's mom was dating this guy who's tied to a ring, and just when this guy's about to get sentenced, Xavier comes up missing. I don't know. It sounds like it could be some sort of payback or a hush up or something, but maybe it's not connected at all. Those are just my thoughts instantly. Let's keep rolling through Xavier's story, because we got to put the pieces together. Law enforcement has to put the pieces together. Can't just not find out anything more and then shut down any possible avenue. So let's see what else happened. Rolling for claim 3, it says Trap House may be responsible for the disappearance of Xavier Harrelson and other children. Interesting. Lahina's attorneys allege that Lowe may be involved in the recent disappearance of Xavier Harrelson. Lowe was a previous boyfriend of Xavier's mother, and they once lived together, according to a 2019 eviction notice filed electronically. Defense alleged in court filings that Lowe may have been one of the last people to be near Xavier Harrelson's before his disappearance, but provided no evidence during Thursday's hearing. Very interesting, right? So there you go. It is there. So they're trying to, they being Molly Tibbetts, should I say alleged killer? I'm still getting comfortable with her. I'm going to say killer. He is sitting there saying, oh, no. You know, well, they're saying that 2 people came out after he testified and said, oh, this guy did it, pointed at another guy. And they're saying this guy also probably has Xavier, this guy being Xavier's mom's ex-boyfriend. Just the fact that his name is brought up in that trial, in that courtroom, and there's a kid missing, and he used to date the mom. Come on now. Y'all come on. You know you have to look into this, right? It's too close for comfort. From my personal taste. Too close. Sheesh. And now the attorneys are even trying to put it on. Goodness gracious. If they didn't try to twist it up in a way where they could get this guy off for Tibbetts' murder, then it probably would have worked more in Xavier's favor. Because it wouldn't be like, no. Because if we say, yeah, he did that to Xavier, he probably did it to Molly. Well, now they got to let this guy off. So they don't want to agree to that. I feel them. I feel where they're going with that, I think. But you got to get them both somehow, if that's what happened. He did that, and this guy did this. But the connection is like, it's hard to deny. More on Xavier's disappearance. What we know about the Montezuma missing boy. Missing since May 27th. Investigators have not confirmed any of the defense's allegations regarding Xavier's case and continue to state there is no tipping point in the investigation that would determine if his disappearance is a result of criminal activity. Lowe, who had outstanding warrants on burglary and theft charges, was arrested on May 30th, according to court documents. Bahina's defense attorneys, who allege Lowe is involved in human trafficking, also allege at least 10 children have gone missing in or around Poweshiek County in recent years. The Register is still investigating that claim and is awaiting data. According to the Iowa Missing Persons Information Clearinghouse database, the only child currently missing in Poweshiek County is Xavier.
We have 2 people that went missing in incredibly small towns. And all we are asking is that Mr. Bahina be given a fair shot, that through his attorneys, we be allowed to look at this information.
You've heard what the defense is requesting. It's the 3 things set forth. I guess I'd like to know the state's position regarding those 3 requests.
We resist providing anything that they're asking for. There is no discovery post-trial. They want to go and knock themselves out trying to find out all of this confusing information that's just been presented to the court. Go right ahead and do it. But there is nothing in the rules, nothing in the case law that compels the state to chase its tail because they're asking us to do it.
Today marks 6 weeks since 11-year-old Xavier Harrelson disappeared from his hometown of Montezuma. Xavier's face still covers thousands of missing posters around his hometown. People gathered at the Poweshiek County Fairgrounds last week for a benefit concert to raise money for his reward fund. Authorities have not provided updates on his case in several weeks, but one member of the Iowa DCI says this doesn't mean they've stopped looking.
We are working on it every day, and the public may not see that, the community may not see that, and since it is an ongoing investigation, there's a lot that we can't say at this point.
He says they've searched through hours of video and interviewed hundreds of people. Investigators say nailing down exactly where Xavier vanished is a challenge. He says Xavier's bicycle was left at the mobile home trailer where he lives with his mother. Neighbors call this suspicious since Xavier is known to love his bike and ride it every day.
We feel confident that there is somebody out there that knows something, if not more than one person. We want to bring Xavier home.
The reward fund for information related to Xavier's disappearance is more than $34,000. Xavier has brown hair and blue eyes and is about 4 feet 8 inches tall and weighs 100 pounds. Anyone with any information should call the Poweshiek County Sheriff's Office at 641-623-2107. A link to the FBI tip line is also available on kcarlockyt.com.
So 6 days ago, this was what came out. Says Bahina Rivera admitted to placing Tibbet's body in a cornfield and covering it with stalks, but testified that 2 masked men were to blame for her murder. New documents, which the judge has sealed, identified the 50-year-old, name redacted, and claimed that he was operating a sex trafficking ring out of a residence in New Sharon in the summer of 2018. Inmate 2 said he went to a trap house owned by that man, saw Tibbets bound and gagged, and admitted to killing her. In a supplemental motion for new trial, the defense argues that the man owning the trap house is connected to at least 10 other missing children from Poweshiek County or nearby counties. Most recently, the disappearance of Xavier Harrelson. Bahina Rivera's attorneys claim, that's supposed to say he had a relationship with Xavier's mother, Sarah Harrelson, and they lived together for a period of time. They say through an investigation, he may have been one of the last people to see Xavier. So that just keeps coming up. I mean, I don't know. It's just interesting. 4 days ago, Xavier Harrelson's aunt starts petition to change Amber Alert guidelines. Marshalltown, Iowa. Iowa's news now. Xavier Harrelson has been missing since May 27, 2021, from Montezuma, Iowa. Because of the criteria, his case did not trigger an Amber Alert. Xavier's aunt, Michelle Harrelson, is trying to change that. According to the U.S. Department of Justice, this is the criteria to put out an Amber Alert. There is reasonable belief by law enforcement that an abduction has occurred. The law enforcement agency believes that the child is in imminent danger of serious bodily injury or death. There is enough descriptive information about the victim and the abduction for law enforcement to issue an Amber Alert to assist in the recovery of the child. The abduction is of a child aged 17 years or younger. The child's name and other critical data elements, including the child abduction flag, have been entered into the National Crime Information Center system, NCIC. In Xavier's case, there was no known suspect or any vehicle description. In the Change.org petition, Michelle says her family and community have come together to put flyers around Iowa and on social media. There is a Facebook page that was created to spread awareness about Xavier that has 11,000 plus people nationwide in it. The petition currently has over 1,700 signatures. We need more, y'all. You already know. We got a sign. Xavier was last seen in Montezuma around 11 a.m. on May 27. He's 4'9", approximately 100 pounds, with brown hair and blue eyes. If you have any information about Xavier or his disappearance, you should call the Poweshiek County Sheriff's Office at 641-623-2107. This report is from today, being July 20th, 2021. Xavier Harrelson prayer vigil planned for Sunday in Montezuma. People in Montezuma are planning a Light His Way Home prayer vigil for Sunday to support Xavier Harrelson's friend and family and members of the community. Poweshiek County Sheriff's Office said Xavier Harrelson went missing on Thursday, May 27th. He was last known to be wearing a red t-shirt, blue pajama pants, and black high-top shoes. He has brown hair and blue eyes, and he is about 4'8" and 100 pounds. Sunday's vigil will take place at 3 p.m. at the Montezuma football field. Organizers are asking people to come wearing orange, Xavier's favorite color. The latest update from the Poweshiek County Sheriff's Office said the reward fund for information in the case has surpassed $31,600. Anyone with information related to Xavier's disappearance should call the Poweshiek County Sheriff's Office at 641-623-2107. Like I said, it just keeps coming back up. So this was just from a few hours ago, also on July 20th, 2021. Investigator disputes connection between missing 11-year-old and Molly Tibbetts' murder. Iowa DCI's Mitch Morvett says the only thing in common is that both Xavier Harrelson and Molly Tibbetts lived in Poweshiek County. That's how you feel? That's how you feel, Mitch?
11-year-old Xavier Harrelson went missing from Poweshiek County 2 months ago. Investigators say they're open to any possibility at this point.
Local 5's Lakin McGee continues to follow this case. She spoke one-on-one with the Division of Criminal Investigation and joins us in the studio.
Guys, I asked Iowa DCI if they believe Xavier is still alive. Their response, well, they don't want to jump to any conclusions.
Here at the Division of Criminal Investigation, Mitch Morvett, the assistant director, agreed to sit down one-on-one with me to discuss the disappearance of Xavier Harrelson.
Is his family still cooperating with investigators?
They are. they are.
In the United States, an estimated 460,000 children are reported missing every year.
The vast majority of them are runaway situations and are often returned or come back home within just a matter of, a few hours, usually within the same day.
But we don't think Xavier is a runaway.
At this point, I would say no. Again, we're open to any and all possibilities, but being gone this long, probably not.
For you, working on a case like this, what's this like?
It's frustrating that we haven't been able to find him, and it's honestly, it's just heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking for the family, for friends, for these small communities, because everybody knew him just like, they did in Brooklyn with Molly Tibbetts.
Now, there has been a lot of talk about similarities between Xavier's case and Molly's. At a recent court hearing for Christian Bahena Rivera, his attorney said 2 inmates came forward saying someone else confessed to killing Molly. The attorneys argued this fits into a 2019 sex trafficking investigation and possibly the disappearance of Xavier. Now, a judge recently ruled that claim to be fishing expedition, and DCI believes that argument is a stretch. So you don't think there is any connection with Bahena Rivera, Molly Tibbetts, and Xavier Harrelson, other than the fact they're from the same county?
Yeah, that's the only thing that we've come up with at this point. We have nothing to indicate at this time that there was anything to do with human trafficking as a result in Xavier's disappearance.
Now, the DCI does have information they could not tell me, but they did say that this is not a cold case, even though the amount of tips they're getting has slowed down.
They're, of course, working hard. We know that. But also, community members haven't stopped looking for Xavier and doing whatever they can to help bring him home.
Yeah, Stephanie, that's right. So we have talked with an Indianola woman that is putting on a vigil this weekend to light the way home for Xavier.
We call it bringing him home, lighting the way, just to kind of help his friends and family. Let them know that we haven't forgotten Xavier, that we're still here and we're still looking for him every day.
That vigil is Sunday at 3 at the Montezuma High School football field.
All right, Lakin, thank you so much. Now, if you at home think you may have any information that you can share, you're being asked to call the Poweshiek County Sheriff's Department. The number is on your screen.
So far, that's Xavier's story as has been told in the media. Now, Molly Golightly, Perplexed QT, and I'm sure others that I just can't think of right now have been really close to this case. Molly had Samantha Ricks actually on her panel. And what's this? July 15th, so 5 days ago today. And that's where we're going to wrap this video up. Just listening to Samantha and Molly and Laura, our Perplexed QT. And stay tuned, because I'm in this thing with these ladies now. I've got to stay tuned. I've got to get his name out there. We have got to work together. And I'd already started his playlist and shared a lot of videos from those ladies. So please check out his playlist. Don't forget to like. Don't forget to share. It's not enough just to watch the story. You have to tell it. So check out all of his videos. They have a lot more information. Insider information. Please go and check out Molly and Perplexed QT. Don't forget to say his name, Xavier Harrelson.
Samantha, how are you? Can you hear me? Yes, we can. We can see you too. Late, like always. Well, you're good. Hey, Sam. I'm tired. Hi. What up, hon? So, I don't even know where to begin. I've been trying to kind of piece together every little bit of information that's been going around, and
I don't even know. I know when I first heard everything, I threw up instantly. I threw up. I got so sick. Like, I don't, it's mind-blowing. Because it hasn't been mind-blowing enough already. Yeah, I don't even know if I have all of the information. I've still got stuff coming in. So, but how are you ladies? It's 5 morning.
I'm good. Concerned. I'm praying that he's still alive, Samantha. I've been praying all night.
I am too. Yeah. I mean, that's all we can do. You know?
I see it differently than you guys. I see that if he was sex trafficked by James Lowe, you know what? That's a good thing. Why? Because he's still alive. He's not chopped up somewhere.
Hopefully,
so it's not such a bad thing if this actually happened, assuming he's kept alive.
Right. Like, and that's the thing is just, you know, when you start going down a road of thought, you know, or a scenario, or you try to figure it out, you know, it's like you get to a certain point and then something pulls you this way.
Yeah.
And then you're like, well, what? And, you know, I was sitting there and I was like, man, I've had numerous encounters with James Lowe. I've heard this man talk about his daughters. I've seen his love for Xavier. And I was sitting there talking to a mutual acquaintance just yesterday. Like, I just can't see him being involved in anything like this. And she says, well, you know, Jeffrey Dahmer's family didn't think so. You know, all them serial killers and rapist families didn't know. And I'm just like, it just took me back. Like, you're right. You're right. You know, like, who does know? And it's insane. It's insane trying to, you know, because you think you know somebody, even no matter how little you know them. You know, you still think that you know them. And then you find out completely different. And it's amazing how people can be two different people.
And so do you believe? All right, hold on 1 second. I just want to address somebody in chat. I understand that if this is the case and he was sex trafficked, once he comes home or wherever they place him, he's going to have years of therapy and everything else, but he's still alive. And that's the number one thing, is that he can be, there can be rehab. He can get help. It is a much better situation than finding him 10 feet under, sprinkled over alligator poop. I mean, like, this is a so much better scenario than him being dead.
Yes. Yes, very much so. Like, it's, you know, and I get so frustrated when people refer to him in past tense.
Yeah.
You know, and I understand. Yeah. I understand, you know, it could be accidental and it, you know, it's just the way words come out. But like, I catch it every time and it just, like, we don't know that yet. Don't say that. Like, don't talk like that. Like, it frustrates me. And, you know, because it's hard enough to say, you know, positive and hopeful right now. You know, I mean, without all that.
Well, Samantha, do you believe that James Lowe is involved in sex trafficking?
No, I never seen that. Like, he's been, I mean, he's absolutely nothing but respectful and compassionate when it comes to women and children.
Wow.
I mean, he is the gentleman that opens the doors, excuse me. He was even kind of, he came at me like, hey, you know, you're in a bad relationship. You're putting up with, you know, like, what are you doing, girl? Like, it wasn't like he was grooming. Is that the word I'm looking for?
Yeah.
Like, anybody around here? Like, I can't say that. I don't.
No, grooming is their word.
Like, and then that, you know, I hear that and I'm like, man, this man has been around my children.
Oh.
You know, my daughter's 13, you know, and I'm like, you know, and so you can only imagine the thoughts that have been going through my mind in the last 24 hours.
Of course, yeah.
Right? You know, and it's sickening it's sickening sickness in the world, you know? And it's messed up that we have to teach our kids, you know, that there's good in the world, but there's bad, you know? And it's just, can't we go back to like 300 years ago? Like,
hey, let me give a lot of people on chat are confused. Let me just give a backup story. So, as a matter of fact, it might be happening right now. Hold on. They said 9:30. That would be Iowa time. So we have an hour.
Yeah, it's 8:40 right now. Town Square is filling up fast.
So for those of you that are really, really confused and don't know what the hell's going on, the other day, for the last week or two, Molly Tippett's killer or alleged killer, Christian Rivera, he was convicted of murdering and getting rid of Molly Tippett's body in Brooklyn, Iowa. So he was convicted, no big deal, you know, was going to give life sentence. And what happened was there was been a weird twist of fate that and he told this ludicrous story that nobody believed while he was on trial. And 2 inmates who did not know each other came forward before his trial even ended and told everybody that, hey, you know, this guy's 50-year-old that was involved in sex trafficking lived at X and Y address. Another inmate came forward who didn't know the first inmate and said the exact same thing, named the exact same guy with the exact same address. So all of a sudden, the defense realizes they have something big here. And these people had the same story. These inmates had the same story that this killer told, Riviera told on the stand, except they told prosecutors 2 days prior to Riviera even telling the story. Riviera does not speak English, so this is not like something that's planned. The judge knows that, lawyers know that. But what the prosecution did, the prosecution kept this evidence from the defense. So the defense did not know that 2 days prior to Riviera telling the story or giving the story that it would have came out. So nobody knew about it. And then they finally got a hold of it. And they finally got a hold of this info. And the judge said, whoa, 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 there is enough evidence here that we need to cancel the sentencing. We need a motion that he needs a new trial, and so on and so forth. And one of the inmate number 2 that came forward had said that he was involved in Xavier's missing report. Xavier went missing the day or two, or the same day that Riviera was convicted.
Same day.
So being that inmate number 2 specifically stated Xavier's name, that he knew that Xavier was sold for sex trafficking, for a judge to put off sentencing and to hear a motion, that judge believes in what the defense is saying. So that's why we're at where we're at. And at 9:30, I said I was going to stream it on my channel, the actual hearing from the courts. And that's where we're at.
Okay.
So Riviera very well might be innocent, and his whacked out story might be the truth, because there's no way the 2 inmates that did not know each other came up with the exact same story. Oh, there's a catch too. There's a catch. The address that was James Lowe's address is now the current address of her alleged boyfriend, of Sarah Harrelson's boyfriend.
And what was the whacked out story? For those of us that don't know the whacked out story, what is it?
I just told you. Okay. I just gave the whole story. That's where we're at.
So you're saying the property that is what? Are they referring to the property as the trap house?
The 405 Chop House or whatever. Either, hold on, let me look it up. It was either, it's the address now or was the address prior Okay, the address in New Sharon is where Adam Mashman lives. Adam is said to be Sarah's new boyfriend. That's the address that they gave for James Lowe in 2018.
2018.
That's where the inmates came forward. They're just all connected. All these people are connected.
2000. Yeah, because I moved them. I would have moved them August of 2019. That's when I met them. Kentucky and Sarah were together. They lived in the trailer court, and they were moving into a house, which happened to be my landlord. And that's how I met them. I moved them for my landlord. And I mean, since then, he's lived they were at the house. They weren't even there, I don't think, 6 months before they were evicted. And then where'd they go? I want to say they were staying with family in Searsboro. And then Sarah came back to the trailer court. And I never heard of any new boyfriend, or I never even heard of Adam. I never heard her talk about him.
Were you two best friends?
No.
Were you acquaintances, or were you just friends?
Acquaintances. I wouldn't even call us friends. Like, we don't.
Their kids were friends.
Our kids are friends. Like, Xavier comes over and spends the night, and he's been to every one of my kids' birthday parties this year, you know? Kyle and Xavier connected when we were moving. So the boys were, hanging out and doing their little thing while we were loading the trailer and going. And they stuck, since then. And that's how, that's how I met. Like, we don't hang out. We don't barbecue. We don't, sit in her house or my house for 5 hours and watch a movie. It's stop and go. Her van doesn't start. She calls me up to get the kids to ride to school, vice versa. It's simple. I can't tell you, I never knew about the boyfriend.
Wow.
Like, it's crazy. And you can imagine how I felt yesterday. Because I wasn't aware of my ex-boyfriend, Jeremy Parabum, being on any search warrant with James Lowe at any time. And then I've got everybody coming at me sideways yesterday, like almost like I'm involved because of this. And then I'm like, I called him up, and I haven't talked to this man since before Christmas.
Wait, who's your ex-boyfriend?
Jeremy Parabum.
Oh.
So Jeremy's your ex-boyfriend. And is he friends with James?
No, we never were. The search warrant, the week that I moved them, it was like we were like 5 days in. These people, they had a 3-bedroom trailer, and it took me 6 days to move them with a truck and trailer. 6 days. You would not believe. It was box after box, walking room through the trailer. That was it. Like, and we were all tired. I've still got, kids at home that I'm in my home life I'm dealing with on top of trying to move these. And James said they had one load left from storage. Well, storage is right behind the trailer court. They moved to the house, which is right behind the grocery store here in town. It's like 5 blocks. That's it. 5 blocks from each other. So I'm like, do you have your driver's license? He told me yes. Later find out that was a lie. Should have known better, but I was just tired. I didn't want to do another load. And so I let him use my truck. Well, instead of going and moving the last load from the storage unit, apparently he was out robbing some farmhouse or something over in the Brooklyn area. And so like 6-7 hours later, I'm like, where is my truck? I can't, he's not answering the phone. I go up to the house and Sarah's like, I don't know. I haven't heard from him either. And it was probably a good 10, 12 hours before we found out he was in jail and they impounded my truck. So the next morning I call the sheriff's department and I'm like, what do I got to do to get my truck back? Like this guy told me he had a license. I loaned it to him to move a load. What do I got to do to get back? And he's like, well, first off, it's got to be released. There's a search warrant for it. And that's what the search warrant with both of their names on it is, because the truck was in Jeremy's name and because he was operating it during the crime. And so he was out and released from jail before my truck was. Like, okay, so that was, you know, like, obviously, you know, can't trust him, you know, from there. And so I called Jeremy yesterday, and I have not talked to him since before Christmas. I don't care to. You know, it's one of those things I just I wish I'd never have to see his face again. But I called him up because I'm like, hey, what's going on? What's up with this? Is there something I don't know about, you know? Like, what's up with this search warrant, you know? And then it all played into I had pieced it together while I was on the phone with him, you know, it was the truck and everything. And I was like, so check it out. This is what's going on. So this is what they're saying about him. And he's just like, what? And I'm like, yeah. And he was like, well, you know what? Do you remember him telling us about the house that had weird cages in it over in the Brooklyn area? And I said, no, Jeremy. He never discussed anything like that with me, because that would be something that would have, you know. And so, of course, you know, I called the detective right away when I got off the phone, and I let him know this information. Like, you need to go back to then in the area of where and check that out. So I'm hoping they're going to follow up with that. I know they're super busy today. But I just, like, so apparently there was a conversation, and he made comments about knowing of a house with cages. What's that? Like, I don't. You think you know somebody and you don't. And you want to think of everybody one way, and you just can't. It's not reality.
Sorry, I had my thing on mute. I was looking up sex trafficking stuff by state. Iowa's had 98 cases this year. Oh my God.
Yeah. How many of those just on I-80?
It doesn't say.
That's
it says 3 kids out of every 100,000. But you want to hear something crazier? Is that in this in the world, word from the United States, United Kingdom, and Uruguay is that they had the highest reported numbers of women sleeping with their landlords because they couldn't pay rent. Those are the reports that came in from the Secretary of State of the highest sex trafficking were women sleeping with their landlord, or landlords forcing these women to sleep with them in order to pay rent.
My hometown's real bad at that. Real bad at that.
Texas, 1,080 cases of sex trafficking and sexual exploitation. It's not sex trafficking, it's human trafficking.
Right.
I always say sex trafficking, but it's not.
I do too. I mean,
yeah, seriously, Lippy, that was the report I just found. Hold on, let me go back to it. That's crazy.
How many in Powashik County, Iowa? Somebody told me they looked it up. There's like 11 missing kids in our county alone right now. I haven't been able to check up on that.
That's crazy.
How's your son doing, Samantha?
What was that?
How's your son doing?
He's doing really good. He is absolutely 100% completely flipped around on schedule, and so I work third shift. So I'm up all night. I sleep in my mornings normally, but he has gotten in the habit over the last few weeks that he's not going to bed till mom goes to bed at 6, 8, 9 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, that's so sad.
But it's sad, but it's sweet. Because he snuggles up with me every morning when I get home from work, and we go to sleep, and then we get up, and I mean, it's like we have our same day. It's just our hours are different. And so yesterday, he had summer school and a play date with his best friend. And so he was up all day. He wasn't able to nap and sleep like he has been able to. So, man, he hit that couch last night, and he was out. He's been sleeping all night, so I'm going to let him get some good sleep and then get him up here when I'm done with y'all and try to get him back on schedule. My daughter's at camp. The tornadoes, we got weather really, really bad yesterday.
Really?
I get a phone call. Yeah, I get a phone call from my daughter's classmate's mom, and she's hysterical. She's like, Sam, how do you get a hold of Tegan? How do you get a hold of Tegan? I'm like, what? She's like, Sam, there's a tornado and they're at camp. It's right there. And I'm like, what? And it took us probably a good half hour, 45 minutes to get a hold of anybody up there. But I'm like, oh, man, that's just, yeah. I didn't even want to let her go, honestly. Yeah. Like, it's been, even my 18-year-old son, I'm like, no, I don't know. I'm not okay with it. It's not okay. Like, I'm terrified. You're just going to have to get over it. That mom's being, on you like this. Like, it's, yeah. I just want to know where you are at all times. Like, and I know it's hard. I juggle 4 kids. If it wasn't for my brother, I don't know what I'd do. And it's hard to keep, track of them. We have a whiteboard system. Yeah. To where, I'm not home, or if I'm sleeping or something, they write their name, what time they left, and where they're going. And then that way, when I get up or if I get home, then I know where they're at. If I need to find them, and they're pretty good at it. They're pretty good at it. So, but it's just, when I moved to this town, it was great. It was beautiful. It was wonderful. It was happy. It was cheerful. And, my kids have done absolutely nothing but flourish here. Nothing. Yeah. Academically, in their, social lives, everything. Sports, and it's not like that anymore. It's horrible. You don't hear the kids playing when you drive down the street anymore, and nobody's out walking. This town is usually in. Parents, I get it, and trust me, but like that's that home feeling. You know what I mean? And everybody deserves to be happy. Everybody deserves to be loved. Everybody deserves to live life. Yeah. And this has hit in a lot of different aspects of my life here. I can't say I've questioned my religion, but I've been raising some questions the last, few weeks. I went to my pastor, and I still haven't figured it out. If I figure it out, I'll let you know, but I don't understand. I know there's a lesson. I know there's a meaning, but what is it? Like, this is a sweet little innocent boy. Like, why does he have to be the signal? Like, I don't know. Kyle keeps me on the straight line with that when he says prayers. So, but he's hanging in there. Xavier's got another little friend over in the trailer court. The one that he rides bikes with. He's struggling with everything. I seen him. I ran into him at the gas station the other day and gave him a big hug, and he kind of broke down on my shoulder a little bit. And he misses his friend, and got a little three-year-old girl over there in the trailer court. Kyle's little play date last night, and she just says he was so funny. We would ride our bikes. He was so fast, and just the way she was talking to him, I was trying to record it just because hearing that little girl's voice talk about the joy that I've been trying to explain of Xavier was just, man, it was so heartwarming. That comfort feeling just came over you. And, I was just smiling ear to ear, like, you're right. You are so right. That was Xavier. He's always smiling. It doesn't matter. He's always smiling. And that's a crazy thing, man. And coming from a very, very rough childhood myself, I still put a smile on my face every day. and it takes a lot. And that little boy, he did it with ease. That smile was his gift to the world. And I want to see it again. I want to see it again. I want to see it soon. A lot of us do. A lot of people.
I'm so happy for you, everything that you've accomplished out there. Everyone that's been willing to help in that community and beyond. I've been following it every day. I see all the flyers. I mean, they're everywhere. They're in Los Angeles.
Yeah. Believe it or not, we have him, and we have flyers up in, I believe now officially is every single state in the United States. But we have not quite got him up in every county in Iowa, which is what we have started concentrating on now. If you go to, I believe it's hashtag Finding Xavier, the Finding Xavier group. And they can, if you hit us up with your addresses, we can send you flyers if you're willing to put them up.
Yeah.
Tomorrow, I believe, or no, next Thursday, we're having, what did they call it? The Xavier Warriors Gathering, something like that. We're just going to get together and we mail out 25 flyers in an envelope and get them sent out to people that have requested them, or to certain companies, trucking companies, homeless shelters, anywhere that we... What was that?
I can do it in Hershey and Harrisburg, yeah. We've got a lot of farms and stuff around here, and I'm in Pennsylvania. I wanted to... what was I going to ask you? Yeah, I'm definitely interested in that. I mean, there was a period where me and Laura were going to, actually come there, and I was going to crawl.
I wish you would.
I know! I was going to crawl. I was like, Laura...
Ladies, look... You gotta come. We ain't gotta go nowhere. I just got it put together.
Don't dare me, because I will get on a plane and go.
Hey, have you ever been to Iowa?
No.
Oh, girl, you missing out.
Laura loves it, though, I'll tell you that much. But yeah, me and Laura were talking about going. I was like, Laura, I'm going to crawl under that trailer, and I'm going to make sure that they looked. And I'm thinking about, I'm like, if they couldn't find them, what the hell am I going to do?
Right. And the areas that they searched the other day, Foxwoods to be exact.
Right.
That was an area that was brought up from day one.
Mm-hmm.
And then over to the Fun Valley area. But then, have you guys seen the post? Hold on a second, the sirens are going off. They'll be off in just a second.
What's the sirens for?
It's 9:00 on Thursday morning. It's our test.
Oh.
But the sirens here in Montezuma go off every single time the fire department and the ambulance get sent out. So every time the ambulance, they get paged out, the sirens go off. So yeah, some days are worse than others, but it's a good system.
Don't dare me, Samantha, because if that's an invite for me to come out there, I will come. And the people in the chat will come.
I'll have to show you Iowa nice.
I want to go there and be a part of something that's going to bring attention to this missing boy. And I want to be able to walk out of there with some sort of story, whether it be inspirational or some sort of findings, or I really hope that they find him alive. I'm praying, and you want to know something? I'm really hopeful for it. I really am.
Yeah.
I'm very positive. And I'll tell you one thing. I caught myself one time earlier. You were saying that it bothers you when they talk about him in past tense. I caught myself and said, no. I don't know if anybody remembers, but I said, no,
Me too. Me too. I caught myself like, wait a minute. No, I did not. Is not the word I meant. It's... but
I feel so bad because I'm like, no. Is. Because I said he was an 11-year-old. No, he is. I'm sorry. Yeah, so I understand how you feel about that.
Have you... Yeah, it's, and when it comes to inspirational things, I don't quite know what the next steps are. I know that the ladies, Joy and Tina over there at Molly's Movement and all that, I mean, they are amazing. You know, they slapped together that benefit concert that was great. I mean,
you can't have turnout, yeah.
And exactly, you know, I was, and same with the Vigil, believe it or not. I was really, really shocked at the turnout. I was a little, I'm not gonna lie, community Montezuma, you can hate me if you want, but I was a little disappointed with the turnout at the Vigil because, listen, I don't care who you are. Every city, every little town, you've got your levels. You got your high class, your middle class, your low class. Well, I'm doing this news interview about 15 minutes before this vigil is supposed to start. So I do this interview, and there's probably maybe 20 people up there. So I'm like, oh man, did I not get the information out in time? You know, what's up? And then all of a sudden I turn around and I step back a little bit. I mean, because there was just this whole line of people. And I was just like, yes. But then, like, as I'm talking and I'm up there, you know, and I'm looking at all these people, I'm like, it's all the low class, the Xavier level. Like, not trying to, you know, title anybody or anything like that. But, you know, so I'm kind of like, you know, and so that's when I was kind of like, you know, I really got to start reaching out here. Yeah, because I've got to start making people understand and see this child, and not his home life. You know what I mean? Not his mom and their past, or
it's not his fault. It's not his fault,
right? And he's a missing child. Like this, no matter what about all of this other nonsense, you know. Yes, history, you know, will show you whatever, but you know, some of the things that are being brought up are just ridiculous. You know,
can I ask you a question?
I mean, we all have rights. We all have histories. Yes, ma'am.
My question, really, that I've been dying to ask you is, how far away is Montezuma from where Molly Tibbetts was found?
Less than 10 miles.
Shut the fuck up! No.
Yeah. Yep. I had just moved here when she went missing. I wasn't here very long. And I was able to watch the community come together for her. And it was insane. It was absolutely insane around here for her.
Okay.
And that's the other thing that's been kind of frustrating, is because I seen that, and then I'm watching this.
But so this whole time this whole time that you guys have been searching for Xavier, did anybody think to put the two together or no?
So I can't say. I don't think so. Just because simply hers was, they thought it was like not like a stalking thing, but you know, she was following him on the jog. You know, he followed her on the jog and all that, and then Xavier, he just poof, vanished. You know.
Yeah, but
like
there was a
going back to the camera footage.
People did think there was a connection because
it was
found it odd that he.
I found it odd that he was
convicted.
Yes. Yeah, that was extremely odd. So, I want to bring up real quick. I don't know. Let's see if I can do this on my phone without.
Okay, Samantha, what did you find?
Laura, did you get it? I sent it to you.
Laura's on mute. Mute, Laura.
I did. That can't be total bullshit. I don't believe that person at all.
Right. But did you see what that's it? It's crazy. I get stuff like that all the time.
Oh yeah, I don't believe any of that. That's fucking trolls to me. Because you always know the trolls when they say, "Oh, I can't report this," or what is?
Well, that what day of the week was June 2nd? I don't have a calendar out here. Because Xavier went missing on the 27th. We had his vigil on the following Monday. And James Lowe was arrested right about an hour before his vigil. And so that story is claiming to be on June 2nd. And everybody keeps talking about a timeline.
June 2nd is... June 2nd was on a Wednesday.
So yeah, he would have been in jail.
On the 27th was a Thursday. May 22nd was a Thursday. June 2nd was the following Wednesday.
Yeah. Yep. So yeah.
And James Lowe is still in jail.
What was that?
James Lowe is still in jail?
I believe he is. I don't see how he's not. I mean, I heard drug charges, gun charges, and what is it, burglary or theft or something like that. I've seen so many reports. I've had so many of them sent to me, and they're from the last 5 years that I don't know which ones are, I guess, are his most current ones, because I know he's been on the run for a while. And so, yeah, who knows with him? Scouting out farmhouses was his thing, I guess.
But he wasn't arrested on the 27th.
Right. And I never heard that he specifically was at the trailer that night. I know that his girlfriend, Stephanie, was there. And I've heard that a gentleman, Donnie Baker, was there that night. And I think that's it. That's all that I've heard that was there physically. I don't know what time Donnie was there. Stephanie said she was there. It was between 8 and 9 o'clock. And that's, yeah, who knows?
Okay, so watch on Crime Channel. Okay, here we go. You want to see it? All right, we got there. We're gonna do it live.
Don't stream it from Lauren Network. They'll strike you.
From Law and Crime Network?
Yeah, they might strike you.
Yeah?
They might. I don't know for sure.
It started 4 minutes ago. Okay. I won't show anything yet.
Here. If y'all don't mind.
Yeah.
I'm going to take you for a little walk.
Sure. Are you going to take us to the cornfield?
No. It is so wet and muddy right now. You don't want to go to the cornfield. I live a block away from the courthouse.
No.
So yeah.
Is there anybody over there?
It's the whole block has been it's been full of cars since 7 o'clock this morning.
Is there press there?
That's what
Yeah, that's why you're going over there. Good.
Yeah, we're going.
Yeah. There we go, baby. Roll up on them. Roll up.
So, yeah. First minute.
Everyone thinks you're awesome for taking us to the courthouse.
I can't take you in. They won't let nobody in.
Not even you?
No.
They're like, come on, I'll Samantha Rich, yo.
Listen, I happened to have court. I believe it was the same day that that he was being charged.
Really?
Like, at the beginning of this, I had court, and I got to the top of the stairs, and they had U.S. Marshals all suited up and everything. It was intimidating. All right. So listen, I'm going to turn around here, and you're going to see. Hold on. Can you see me?
Yeah.
Okay, so the courthouse is behind me.
Yeah.
There's law enforcement. About every other car parked up here is probably law enforcement.
Do you have a good rapport with the law enforcement?
Yes, I've been talking with both DCI and FBI from the beginning. I've got two gentlemen that have they've been tremendous. They've been very comforting and respectful, to emotions and feelings. So yeah, oh yeah, they're everywhere. But I do not see any news though. I have not seen one news car. They might be parked on the other side though.
Yeah.
So we can go check though. I'm not doing anything.
No, you're not.
No.
You can do whatever you want.
Well, just so everybody knows, Channel 13 is here.
Okay.
Just seeing them. Or I see their vehicle anyway.
Won't they recognize you?
We've got Channel 8. Honestly, they will probably get a hold of me afterwards if I haven't already gotten messages. So. Okay. Okay. Are you guys ready for this?
Yeah.
I think we got some news coverage. Can you see them? We're going to get a little closer. You guys want to be on the news with me?
Yeah.
Man, this is great. This is great. Hang on, I'll be right back.
Somebody take a screenshot.
Okay. So we've got Channel 13. We've got Channel 8. We have, that's KCCI. I can't see the other ones around here. Hey, real quick, am I allowed to take a shot of these guys without permission and I won't get in trouble? Of
course you can. No, yeah, you're in public.
So
yeah,
I don't know.
Be all over the place.
Understand how big this is.
Yeah,
that's what I was saying yesterday.
Yeah.
It better be news coverage. This is huge.
Go hard. You like this case. It's because
Channel 2, Fox 28 is here. That is amazing.
This is huge news.
Thank you.
Channel 9.
Thank you.
Channel 13's over here. What else we got? Okay, we have been around the entire courthouse, and they're setting up shop. I bet the second floor of the courthouse is just packed.
I want to be there right now. I don't know what I would do. I'd probably just sit there like this.
All right, well, ladies, listen to me.
Got it.
I'm headed back home. I didn't realize my phone was so low. But don't worry, I have a battery pack. I got enough to get me home.
Okay.
So, but I'm going to go home and grab my battery pack and a jacket. It's a little cooler out today than I thought it was. WKAD News 8 ABC.
Show it.
No, this is huge. I said it yesterday.
Sitting right next to law enforcement.
Yes.
This is landmark.
High heels on ground, baby. High heels on ground.
No, sweetheart, I wear boots.
No. Wait, this is Molly Golightly. High heels on ground bench. No boots on ground. Those are the guys.
It's time to get boots dirty. So it's, man, this is good. This is good.
Here you go. Listen.
And the interpreter
Judge speaking
has been sworn in by the court with the record to reflect as follows. And Mr. Bahena is then also joined by his attorney of records, Jennifer Fries and Chad Fries. File reflects that originally today was the date and time set for sentencing. The defense has since filed a motion for new trial. After consulting with the attorneys, the court entered an order yesterday continuing both the sentencing and the hearing on motion for new trial. And by agreement, we are here today on the limited issue of the defense's motion to compel. The trial should reflect that the defendant's motion for new trial was filed July 8th of 2021. From the state standpoint, is that an accurate representation of what brings us here today?
I would agree, Judge. We would like to be heard on the scope of this hearing. I think there's a difference of opinion as to what we're going to be discussing today and what evidence is going to be offered. So I'd like to be heard on that at some point.
From the defense's standpoint, do you agree with my recitation?
Oh, there he is. Yes.
Well, I guess let me, not to cut you off, Mr. Brown, and depending on where we go here, I may give you some latitude to make your argument, but I'll start with Ms. Fries. Again, we're here on your motion to compel.
Molly, where are you watching it?
Made in what I expect.
Law and crime.
Is a professional statement as to what you are wanting.
They just show. They're just in a courtroom.
An opportunity to respond.
We can hear it.
We'll proceed that way.
Judge is talking.
Since you're up, what would you?
Rivera's sitting in a corner.
From the state at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor. On July 13th, 2021, we filed a motion to continue hearing on post-trial motions in sentencing and a motion to compel Brady evidence. Essentially, what we are asking for, and I will tell you, we have witnesses and we are ready to proceed with evidence. That being said, I do agree with Mr. Brown that a professional statement of the evidence that we've gathered and what we want may be appropriate. Essentially, this is where we're at right now. After Christian Bahena testified, two people came forward. One person's name was Arnie Mackey. That man is in a conference room adjacent to this courtroom. Arnie Mackey, after listening to Christian Bahena Rivera testify at trial, realized that Mr. Bahena Rivera's statements corroborated a statement by another inmate that he resided with at the Keokuk County Jail. That inmate's name is Gavin Jones. Gavin Jones admitted to Arnie Mackey that he and another gentleman were the killers of Molly Tibbetts. He also admitted to Mackey that there was a trap house that was involved and that Molly Tibbetts was abducted for the purposes of sex trafficking. This man admitted that the story involving Ms. Tibbetts became too big, too fast. As the court is well aware and as the evidence was produced at trial, this case had national attention very quickly. Presumably was out for a jog and was just snatched out of thin air. So Mr. McKee comes forward. The information, and this was passed on to the state, but the information that was presented at the trial and that was conveyed to the defense was essentially that some inmate was running his mouth, that another inmate had said something. What we found out after trial is that this inmate identified this Gavin Jones. It has since been linked that they both were in the same jail at the same time. Further, there's evidence corroborating this inmate made statements that he and Gavin Jones were close, and that one of them put money on the other person's books. I believe Mr. McKee put money on Mr. Jones's books.
Wow.
And that has also been corroborated with jail records. So we have a reason to believe that Mr. McKee, the information that he is giving is true.
Oh my God.
Even more concerning is that at the same time Mr. Bahena Rivera is testifying, later on that afternoon, Mr. McKee comes forward. And within hours, another witness, that witness's name is Lindsay Voss. Lindsay Voss also indicates that the same man, Gavin Jones, that she was his girlfriend, and that Gavin Jones admitted to killing Molly Tibbetts. It further was corroborated with Lindsay Voss, that she was in a volatile relationship with Mr. Jones, that she sought and received a 236 protective order based on domestic violence from Mr. Jones, that he held a gun to her head on an occasion. And further, there is evidence through a deputy that Gavin Jones was arrested and in the same car with Ms. Voss. So we've got two separate people.
Oh my God.
Since this information has come together, we have continued to investigate. And through our investigation, through no evidence that's been provided by the state, through our independent investigation, we received a search warrant that was authored in 2019 involving James Lowe. James Lowe is alleged to be a sex trafficker that is in was sex trafficking women out of a home in Mahaska County. Lowe, even more concerning, a separate woman came forward in 2019 and said that she was introduced to James Lowe at a Casey's in Brooklyn, Iowa. So the same town that Molly Tibbetts was abducted from. This woman says that she was given gas money and word to James Lowe's residence that another male and Adam Moshman owns, and that she was put in a room, drugged, and prostituted herself on a nightly basis. So essentially she was drugged to a point that she was not able to consent or not. And it just went over and over and over again. This woman indicated that she was in a room by herself, but that she could hear voices of other women. And she could also hear voices of men and Mr. Lowe talking in the morning saying, "Did you have a good time? Was it worth it?" This woman was deemed credible as law enforcement requested from a magistrate a search warrant, and they were granted a search warrant for James Lowe's residence. There also was information in the search warrant that there was another woman that was attempted to be abducted by James Lowe, and she identified him as 90 to 100% the person that attempted to abduct her.
Oh.
James Lowe is currently in custody. He is currently in custody on federal firearms charges. He was arrested just 2 days after Xavier Harrelson was missing. So the information we have is we have these two people coming forward identifying Gavin Jones. Gavin Jones indicating that he was a sex trafficker for a 50-year-old man, that he was at a trap house of a 50-year-old man. This woman that alleged to have been in this trap house, also involving a 50-year-old man, James Lowe, she was abducted in May of 2018. So just 2 months prior to the Molly Tibbetts investigation. The Iowa DCI did the interview. We have not received it. It's exculpatory, and we have not received any of the information involving the investigation into James Lowe. There were devices, computers, thumb drives that were seized and that were presumably sent to be looked at for a sex trafficking investigation. That evidence is exculpatory and it has not been produced. Your Honor, I'd ask you to consider this case and consider that we are not in a metropolitan area. Poweshiek County has 18,000 people. Brooklyn, Iowa has 1,700 people. Montezuma has 1,300 people. What information do we have? We have information that 3 people have vanished out of thin air in this small rural county. Molly Tibbetts, Xavier Harrelson, and the woman that reported being abducted in May of 2018 and sex trafficked.
Oh my gosh.
We are willing to consent to any sort of a protective order. We recognize that this boy, Xavier Harrelson, is missing and that there is an ongoing investigation as to who his killer is and what happened to this little boy. We would be willing to consent to any sort of a protective order that the court issues to not disclose any information contained. However, I think that it would be preposterous to believe that the Christian Bahena and the Molly Tibbetts names did not come up in the Xavier Harrelson investigation. We have 2 people that went missing in incredibly small towns. And all we are asking is that Mr. Bahena be given a fair shot, that through his attorneys, we be allowed to look at this information. We are asking that any sex trafficking investigation involving James Lowe or residents of Poweshiek County or adjoining counties be produced. We are also asking for any pending investigations of James Lowe during the period that Molly Tibbetts went missing and present. And I note James Lowe is clearly linked to the Xavier Harrelson disappearance. I strongly suspect that he is a suspect and that he is believed to have been involved. But at the very least, he is a witness. James Lowe was on the lam. He was warrant out for approximately a year, approaching May 27th, 2021, when Xavier Harrelson was last reported seen. On May 29th, he is located in Iowa County, and the reason that he's located is that not a traffic stop, not a traffic violation, it is because he is being looked for. And an agent from the Iowa Division of Criminal Investigation, I would assume an agent that is actively working on the Xavier Harrelson disappearance, pulls over a car that has a sawed-off shotgun, and James Lowe runs from that car and runs from law enforcement. He is currently being held on firearm charges in the Lynn County Jail for federal charges. The last thing that we are requesting is any investigations involving inmate 2, who I've now identified as Gavin Jones. We have 2 separate people indicating that he has made an admission to killing Molly Tibbetts. And I note that Brady dealt with that exact issue. Brady is the case that every defense attorney cites regarding exculpatory information. The facts of Brady involved a person that made inculpatory statements about a killing, and that is exactly what we have here. I agree with Mr. Brown. We have people that are available to testify, but I think that the professional statement stands, and that's all. Thank you.
And Ms. Freeze, I think we're on track with everything, but just to summarize, you stand by paragraph 15, and that's the extent of what you're asking for at this point in time.
Yes.
All right, thank you, Ms. Freeze. Mr. Brown, do you have paragraph 15 in front of you?
Yes.
So, you've heard what the defense is requesting. It's the 3 things set forth. I guess I'd like to know the state's position regarding those 3 requests.
We resist providing anything that they're asking for. There is no discovery post-trial. They want to go and knock themselves out trying to find out all of this confusing information that's just been presented to the court. Go right ahead and do it.
Motherfucker!
There's nothing in the rules, nothing in the case law that compels the state to chase its tail because they're asking us to do it. There's nothing, they want it. That's about it. That's all they're saying. There's no rule, there's no case or anything.
This is why I wasn't allowed in the courtroom.
To do this. This is newly discovered evidence. This is a motion for new trial. All right? If they want to try to find newly discovered evidence, they can go and try to find newly discovered evidence. We are under no obligation to go find newly discovered evidence because they want us to go looking for it.
What you have right now is enough.
By rule, the discovery are pre-trial. Right? And we've complied with those. If there was exculpatory information, even if we learned it post
this motherfucker
to the defense, we understand what our obligations are.
What a dick! What a dick!
Cite Brady with regard to this. We are under no obligation to search for it. This request, Your Honor, is
no obligation.
I mean, it's going to require us to go talk to who knows how many law enforcement.
Then do it! So do it! Do it!
And there's no law, no rule that requires us
It's our justice system. That's the prosecution.
Freeze laid out that somehow connect James Lowe or Gavin Jones.
Burden of proof.
Folks to
Well,
case.
Our entire system, when it comes to looking for these missing babies, to prosecuting their offender.
The defendant's statement that he gave at trial. The only thing that matches is that Montezuma was involved and that at least 2 other guys with ski masks and sweaters and dark pants were the ones that showed up, abducted, and killed her. That's it. There's nothing else about a trap house, Molly's body being wrapped in plastic, being stashed at a secondary location, that she was tied or bound. There's no physical evidence that was found that connects any of that. All of that's laid out in our resistance. And there's the only thing that's even remotely consistent is that there was a unknown sex trafficker, according to Gavin Jones, or a guy that he was stealing cars for, and that he happens to be 50 years old. Nothing else that
this dude's married.
No evidence, nothing that's there. If they want to go,
some woman's married to him.
They can I suppose, ask the court for subpoenas if that's what they want. We've indicated that in our.
I hope he doesn't have children. I hope he doesn't have children.
Nothing that is in the law that would require us to do what they're requesting in paragraph 15. Nothing that I can find, and there's no authorization.
Horrible
for that. So if they want to go look for it, you've given them time to search for whatever evidence they want to search for. They can do that. They've got time to do it. We don't even have a hearing set for these 2 motions that relate to new trial that are filed. So we would resist that request. One other thing I want to clear up that Ms. Freeze was the nature of the information that we brought to them relating to Arnie Mackey. We told them as soon as I got it. I mean, it was within hours of talking to him. We took to them much more detail than she's informing the court. I think what she said was that we said that an inmate ran his mouth and said something about, it was a fake statement that she was claiming.
He wants revenge, not justice.
Provided them enough detail that they knew, because Mr. Freeze told me in front of witnesses that what we were telling them was inconsistent with what his client testified to. We told them about the secondary location that she had been tied up, that another person was involved. Mr. Freeze told me in front of witnesses that it was completely inconsistent with what his client testified to. And that's why we proceeded. They've got buyer's remorse when it comes to this information. We offered to stop the trial, to go to you and ask to stop the trial, to pursue the information that Mr. Mackey was providing to us. They declined. I left it 100% up to them to do that we would stop the trial and go deploy agents to Mount Pleasant, the correctional facility, which would have necessarily meant following up with any other information, including what Lindsay Voss would have brought to us. So that was their choice, not ours. They were provided enough detail that they knew that the statement was inconsistent. And you know what? I agree with what Mr. Freeze said back on May 26th. It is inconsistent with what the defendant said. This motion that relates to this other discovery and going on this fishing expedition on behalf of the defense is not authorized by the rules, is not authorized by the law, and it should be denied in its entirety.
So just put him in jail, even if he's innocent.
Summarize the state's position then.
America, honey.
Set forth by the defendant in paragraph 15. The state resists all 3, and the state will not in any way, shape, or form voluntarily.
Are involved.
No, that is correct.
All right. Ms. Freeze, I'll give you a brief opportunity to respond. Just what I would like you to, at least for my benefit, focus in on is the point raised by Mr. Brown that we're obviously post-trial and the discovery rules apply to pre-trial.
I'll respond, Your Honor.
Go ahead, Mr. Freeze.
I understand the discovery rules apply pre-trial, don't apply post-trial. The Constitution applies all the time, okay? And here's the problem with what Mr. Brown says. is that they had a report in April of 2019, okay? And I want to make this crystal clear. In March of 2019, this young woman's walking along Highway 92. She's picked up by a state trooper, an Iowa state trooper, who then she relays this horrific story of sex trafficking in this, it's a trap house, a brothel, drug house in New Sharon. This trooper relays the information to the agent in charge of the DCI of that area of the state, okay? Adam DeCamp, okay? So he is the agent in charge of that area of the state. He interviews her, and she relays all this information to him, including that she was lured and trafficked from Brooklyn, Iowa, 2 months prior to Molly Tibbetts being abducted. Relevant time frame, relevant location, relevant disappearance for a while. She was there not just 1 or 2 nights, she was there for months, Your Honor. So in March and April of 2019, they act upon that information and get a search warrant. They do not disclose that to us. They had that information for 2 years prior to trial. They sat on information, and you cannot get me to believe that the Iowa Division of Criminal Investigation, prosecution's own agents, did at some point talk about the fact that that's odd. We had one abduction in May of 2018, and then Molly Tibbetts goes missing in July 2018. And didn't think that maybe those two have some connection, or at least that's something we should disclose to the defense, because that could be, it is, no doubt is, exculpatory. So, we're going down the same road here. We can't control the way exculpatory evidence comes up. Now, Mr. Brown says, he said to me in front of witnesses, and I said what I said to the witness. No issue with what he said and what I said. There was no record made on that. He did say it was Mount Pleasant, and they were talking about this and that with a possible trap house and an abduction. That's fine. That's fine. At that point in time, that's all we knew. Mr. Brown kept saying, but I want to see the report first. I want to see the report first. And this was after our case had rested, and that's all we knew at that point. Didn't give us any names, didn't give us any more details than that. And hearing somebody from prison come forward watching TV saying, oh yeah, I did that, that unfortunately isn't that uncommon. After the trial was done, the evening after the verdict at 8:00 p.m., we get an email, and for the first time, we are told in a report that not only did this inmate, Mr. Mackey, say this, but he gives names, he gives details, he gives locations, and most importantly, we see for the first time and hear for the first time about Lindsay Voss, who gave the same, or identified the same person on the same day, within a couple hours of Arnie Mackey. That was never disclosed, and we know that was never disclosed because she wasn't even talking to the police until 5:30 p.m. On the 26th. Lindsay Voss's name never crossed anyone's lips, crossed any phone lines, or was sent over the internet until the evening following the verdict. Now, we had Lindsay Voss's statement in conjunction with Arnie Mackey's, and they would have come to us and said, we have two people pointing at the same guy. You bet your pants we would have said, stop wheels. We need to, you run this down. Now they don't want to run it down. After offering it earlier, now they don't have to, they don't want to. The evidence here that 10 kids in this area have gone missing. We've provided 10. There's what the fuck in this area. And they don't help us provide us any information. This is a small area. 10 kids are missing. That's not coincidental. And we think it's exculpatory. Yeah. Due process is the 14th Amendment, and that never goes away. Thank you.
Boom.
Mr. Priest, thank you. Mr. Brown, I'll briefly give you the last word on this before I tell you how we're going to proceed.
Yeah, this whole issue that they raised with Xavier Harrelson, that is a pending investigation. The fact that they would put this information in a public document, which we did try to get ahead of, is unconscionable in my mind.
Oh, really?
And now they want access to that?
Yeah.
It's a pending investigation. That cannot happen in this case. There is no connection between anything with Xavier Harrelson and Molly Tippett's disappearance.
Oh, no contraire.
Wow, is all I have to say.
No, fuck you, dude. Fuck you.
Request to go down that road. So I stand on our written response to this request, as well as our previous comments, and that's all. Thank you.
Wow.
Is that I understand the request.
Lazy motherfucker.
3 requests by the.
He don't want to do the work.
Paragraph 15 and talked about today. I understand the state's resistance to it. I'll take the matter under advisement and get you a written ruling. I do anticipate that by week's end, I will have a ruling one way or the other telling you what we are going to do regarding the request for motion to compel. So, with that said, while we've got everyone here today, we need to talk I want to talk the logistics of the next thing that needs to happen is we need to get the motion for new trial and motion for acquittal, motion for arrest of judgment set for hearing. I want to hear from each side. I basically have a date in mind. What's the defense thinking?
Thinking about
when we would set this for hearing.
We're going to need 6 weeks.
Okay. Defense. I'm sorry, state.
I don't know why they would need that long, Judge. We're available, I would say, week of the 26th, one of those in 2 weeks. I've got some conflicts between the 29th and the end of the week, but I have another trial that's coming up on August the 10th. But in any event, I would ask that
he's inconvenienced.
Time in 6 weeks.
Okay.
Oh, look at him! Look at him! Evil!
Not only set,
Evil.
heard and decided within 30 days of your motion.
They want to put out them dates.
6 weeks is out.
If this is related, how long does he have?
I understand what Mr. Brown
Come on.
I'll tell you where I'm at, and I want to get then feedback from both of you. Again, understanding what I just said in terms of the time guidelines we're under. I think we need to set this for next Thursday, July 22nd.
I think I'm in a jury case in Waukon, Iowa that has to go on July 22nd under the sexually violent predator guidelines. Cannot be continued.
Mr. Brown?
I'm available the 22nd, the 23rd. I think the case that Mr.
You guys ain't sleeping.
With our office, that's an SVP case.
I haven't been.
And that's why it's got to go now, but
he's a real dick.
Continued multiple times before, or why couldn't it continue again? But the 29th and 30th, I'm out if you're thinking of the following week. We're available the 22nd.
Oh,
23rd,
this
26th,
guy.
27th, 28th. I can do it any one of those days.
It's motion hearing. I bring it.
Okay. So what do you think, Samantha? You both.
You know, he started talking about them dates, and
yeah,
I think about the only thing I heard was he said something about like August 20 something.
Yeah,
you know,
he's inconvenienced.
He's been gone for how long?
He doesn't care about Xavier. He thinks that Xavier, he does not care about this baby. He made it very evident. He made it sound like it was fucking ridiculous.
He's gonna care. He's gonna care.
And the defense team said, no, sweetie, it's not a coincidence that in these towns there's only 1,700 people, and now we got 10 people missing that vanished from thin air. Oh, no. And the thing is, and I understand why you're upset. I'm shocked. This guy is a total dick. He's inconvenient. He doesn't want to do the work.
You have no idea how many times I have been alone with that man. How many times he's been around my kids. You have no idea. Like,
you talk about James Lowe.
Yes. Yeah. And then to hear these accusations against him, like, if this is all true, that could have been me. That could have been one of my kids.
Yeah. I know. And he wouldn't give a fuck. This state, he wouldn't give a look at him. He sat there and he was like, you're not gonna inconvenience with it. No, I'm busy. I have things to do. This is ludicrous. This
You are an attorney in Powashik County. There can't be that many different court cases. I'm sorry. We are small towns. There ain't no, come on. You have an anger problem, right?
You think I have an anger problem?
No, I have an anger problem. I'm saying you don't have an anger problem, right?
Do I know you have an anger problem? I think that you've been, honestly, Samantha, I think that you're really stressed out beyond. I think you're beyond tired. I think that you're continuously disappointed. And this is shocking news.
I am hurt.
Like, you have a personal connection with. You knew James Lowe. He got this close to your kids. He touched you. This disgusting man. I get it. And you've been utilizing your time and your heart and your passion to find this baby that everybody fell in love with, including yourself. You have every right to fucking cry, and you have every right to be fucking angry at the system, at the law, at the police. And you want to know something? You are not alone. Many of us are angry. And you want to know something? I admire your passion, because you want to know something? I break down like that too. And I'm not embarrassed to cry, because it fucking hurts. Because no one's sticking up for that baby but you. You're the hero here. No matter how this ends up, you were his champion.
I just want that baby. I want to see that smile so bad.
You are his champion, and you are the one who cares about him most. And now, because of this, 600 plus people got to watch in real fucking time. This court, the state, that county spit on Xavier Harrelson. He spit on him like he was nothing. And you just said it a half an hour ago about the classes. And you knew it was going to fucking happen. He's still a baby.
I know. And it's like, you know, you hear these reward funds get put in place, you know, and then all of a sudden you hear of, hey, this company reached out and they're donating this much, and this family is going to put in this much. You don't hear that with him. I mean, we've been at it for weeks, and I mean, yeah, I'm sorry, but $30,000, that is a lot of money to somebody like me. You know what I'm saying? That's a lot of money. That's $1 million to me compared to what $30,000 is to other people. Like, it shouldn't have to be like this. But if it's money, then so be it. But how do we get him up to where all of these other successful cases have been? Because mom's not high up in society. She doesn't have, you know, diamond earrings in her ears and riding around in a nice car. Like, stop making this child suffer for things that have not been his fault. He can't control his life. He can't control what he was brought into. He can only control who he becomes. And that little boy is destined to greatness. It's moments like these that, you know, Xavier's strength is what strengthens me. It's for him to be able to be happy every day and smile every day, no matter what. Like, I have to do that. I have to do that for him. I have to do that for Kyle. I have to do that for myself. You know, I can't tell you how much it hurts. And I mean, I haven't known this kid his whole life. I've only known him, you know, once or twice a month for the last, you know, couple of years. Just here and there, you know. See him walking out of school anyways, you know. And it hurts. Like, my heart hurts for him. I couldn't imagine. I mean, I love all children. All children are amazing. And so I don't know what else to do. With all this new information, you know, they're starting to search. They're looking in the areas that I felt they, you know, need to look. And I hope and pray and I have faith that they'll continue. And the only thing that I can do is to keep people thinking about them and to keep people, you know, talking about them and just keep a space out there. And it gets frustrating because it gets to a point where it's like, well, how many more flyers can I put out? How many more flyers can I send out? How many more shares can I do? You know? But you can't stop. You know, I can't stop. I can't give up. I can't stop for him. You know? Like, I know everybody needs this to just be over. You know, we can't just make it go away. But Xavier needs to come home. We need to bring him home. And I just hope that we can just stay together and stay strong and work together and get it done. You know, it's just so frustrating with the not knowing or knowing 10 different possibilities and not which way do I go? You know, like I there's no words. I don't know how to. I mean, I chase 4 kids around, 2 dogs, and my little big brother. My head spins around all day long on a normal basis. So it has just been beyond insane. You know, like I try not to even go out, like if I don't have to as much, just because I hate having to talk about it all the time. And I hate having to say I don't know. Tired of saying I don't know. Somebody knows something. I just hope that they find it in their hearts to just come out and whatever, you know. At the end of the day, only God can judge you, man. But that baby deserves to be home. He's got friends. He's got family. He's got a community. He's got the world on his side. Like, I just hope that wherever he is, that he gets to see these. That he gets to see people like you guys out there talking about him. And I hope he knows. I hope he knows that he is loved. He is missed. And we are looking for him. I won't stop. All right. So the court hearing just got over. So I'm going to give my phone about another 10, 15 minutes to charge. And then I don't know what y'all's time limit is on or anything. But I was going to go check out the courthouse. Okay. There's believe it or not, there's a couple news channels up there that I have not spoken to yet. And I've talked to a lot of them. But that's all I can do, is I feel that I need to make sure that they try to keep the focus. Yes, I understand that this is going on. And I couldn't imagine how Molly's family's feeling right now. You know what I mean? They sit here and they think that, they got that closure. She's at peace. And then all of a sudden, hey,
baby, it ain't over yet.
Like, I'm sorry, Molly Tibbetts and all your family. I'm sorry. My heart, it goes out to you. My prayers and my thoughts are with you. If you're listening, I'm sorry that you have to go through this. Man, just all these old wounds just being opened up again. And you see it on everybody's faces. Everybody around here. It's crazy. I just hope we gotta stay strong. We gotta stick together, and we gotta keep hope. We gotta keep hope.
Me and Laura are here for you, and
Thank you.
hundreds of people watching, and hundreds of people that are at work that are gonna watch this later. And I promise you, I love Xavier. He really did touch my heart. I love him, and I want him to come home safe, and I don't want to see that lawyer ever scoff at the name Xavier Harrelson, scoff at it and toss it as if it is irrelevant. His name and who that baby is not irrelevant, and it shouldn't be just tossed aside because it's inconvenient for him.
Right.
And that's exactly what we witnessed today.
So the rest of that video can be found in the description. It's on Molly Golightly's channel. There is plenty more. Some before, some after what we saw, but just wanted to capture the face of the only person who is actually close to Xavier, who has stepped up to the plate. And she is not his mother. But she is an angel in my eyes. Her name is Samantha Ricks. And we should know her name too. Because she is standing up and she is saying Xavier's name through tears, through pain, and the struggle is real. And now this new information comes up, and this jackass wants to just toss it to the side like it doesn't even matter. It matters. Xavier matters. It matters. And it's relevant as hell. Everybody's pointing the finger at this random dude who's a part of a sex trafficking ring. And this random dude happened to be dating Xavier's mother. 2 + 2 is 4. I'm going to need him to get it together. I'm going to really need him to get it together. Samantha, you're not alone. I want to thank Molly Golightly, Perplex QT, for bringing his story to light, at least to me, because I knew nothing about Xavier. But now I do. And so do you. And so now we all have an obligation to help them get off their asses and find this baby. Figure it out. If it happens not to be linked to that case, okay, fine. Figure it out. Watching her in pain like that, and thank you, Molly, for supporting her like that, for strengthening her like that. Because she should feel like Superwoman with everything that she's trying to do within her heart. But it's hard to feel like Superwoman when you don't have any support at all behind you. I mean, we're here. Don't get me wrong. I know that. I mean, out there on the street, other than strangers. Where's his mom? Where's his family? Well, regardless of where they are, we know where Samantha is. She's all up in the mix. And we're all up in the mix with you, Samantha. We're going to drop those links. We're going to say his name. We will not go quietly into the night. That's just not what we do. Xavier, baby, we're here. We are here. This is heartbreaking, aggravating, and frustrating, and just like all the other stories, it just makes you want to cuss and cry at the same damn time. Seriously. Somebody asked me, how can I talk about all these things and not get emotional? And I think I do get emotional, but as far as tears, I fight them back all the time. I've had to take off the headset and walk away, close the laptop. It hurts. And I'm not even on the inside. So I really empathize with Samantha because we got parents that won't even stand up for these kids like this. Don't shed a damn tear for these babies. And here she is, loving somebody else's baby. We need more people like you, Samantha. We need to find Xavier. Please look at the links in the description. Please like and share this video for Xavier. This right here, his name is the most important.
Tuesday marks 2 months since anyone last saw or heard from Xavier Harrelson. That 11-year-old disappeared from Montezuma trailer he shared with his mother. KCCI's Chris Gothner went to Montezuma today, where people are making sure to keep hope alive.
Today we're going to pray to the angels.
Clad in orange and packing the bleachers of Montezuma High School's football field Sunday, family and friends of Xavier Harrelson, and even those who don't know him, came by the dozens and joined in song, prayer,
we're praying for hope today,
and a release of butterflies.
They're going to carry a message to Xavier.
As a sign of hope, as the search for the missing 11-year-old nears 2 months. Even as flyers and orange ribbons became ubiquitous in this small town, there's still no sign of Xavier.
Father, I pray for truth today.
Volunteers use Sunday's Vigil to hand out even more posters. No matter how long it's been, they don't want anyone to forget him. In addition to flyers, organizers handed out these little cards. They want to get Xavier's face and name to as many people and places as they can.
We are not going to back down. We're going to make sure that everybody sees his face.
And they want the Harrelson family to know this community has their back.
We are here for the duration.
They just needed a renewed sense of hope.
I don't think there are words to express how much it means to us.
Xavier's Aunt Michelle Harrelson says the past few weeks have had their ups and downs.
Some days are better than others. A lot of days aren't good. It's a little bit of emotions every day.
But she continues to push. She says somebody knows something and needs to step forward. Everyone here has one goal.
Please just keep him home. We just want him home safe.
In Montezuma, Chris Gothner, KCCIA News.
More than 75 community members showed up here to Montezuma High School football field, all in the name of 11-year-old Xavier, wearing his favorite color orange. Xavier's Warriors, hoping to bring him home. Hands clasped in prayer.
Father, we pray today for justice.
Arms holding loved ones close.
I get that heart-stopping fear as a mother.
Though Erin Johnson Foster and her son never met Xavier, they feel loss.
Xavier is just a year older than my boy.
Young Preston senses the pain too.
It's really hard for the people for the parents to know that every day the kid's missing and he's somewhere else and they don't know if he's alone.
Sunday, in spirit, Xavier certainly was not alone.
Keep his picture out. Keep his name out.
More than 75 community members like Erin and Preston joining at a vigil in support of Xavier's family, like Aunt Michelle Harrelson, who says the family is touched.
I know our whole family is really grateful. So much love and compassion and support.
But she acknowledges the wait has been frustrating, and so has chatter on social media as credible tips to law enforcement have slowed.
The more that people get on social media first, the more of a chance that somebody who does have him potentially could move him or harm him, and I don't want that to happen.
And Xavier's Warriors are making sure they do everything they can.
He's our boy. He's our hometown boy.
To help bring him home. And Preston says when that happens, he has plans that are helping him keep hope alive.
We hope we'll have a great party with most of our community and that helped us find him.
Eva Anderson, Local 5 News, We Are Iowa.
Xavier Harrelson disappeared in May. His mother said she has no idea what happened to him. The whole time you're still looking for his face, still watching. Not knowing where her 11-year-old son is has been excruciating for Sarah Harrelson. It's been nearly 3 months since he went missing from the Montezuma home. Early on, we thought Sarah wasn't very involved, but I've received some information that says she cared quite a bit for her son. You can check out an interview that she did on Leave It to Bieber's channel. She did it early on. The whole time you're still looking for his face, still watching, she said. Then there's the why. The word why will drive you crazy. Why him? Harrelson, 41, asked herself. Xavier Harrelson, who was not known to wander far from home, disappeared the morning of Thursday, May 27th, and there's still no trace of him. The word why will drive you crazy. Why him? The whole time you're still looking for his face, still watching. That Sunday, Xavier turned 11. Instead of celebrating with his mother and father in Marshalltown, like they had planned, hundreds of volunteers went deep into Montezuma's wooded areas and fields, searching for the missing boy. All he wanted was the four of us to be together, and of course, Nintendo Switch games, Harrelson told the Des Moines Register in the parking lot of a friend's apartment complex in Des Moines. Away from home, she could be herself, away from the noise that has been a constant the past 3 months. Harrelson let out a brief laugh, but her eyes were red with exhaustion and tears. She hasn't gotten much sleep, she said. This is our beautiful baby boy. 11-year-old Xavier Harrelson. So just recently, as in yesterday, if my days aren't mixing, there was a tip called in and there was a huge search in a wooded area for Xavier. Unfortunately, he's still missing right now, but hopefully this will change. Hopefully the tip came from a good place and it's going to lead us in a better direction to find this baby. Hopefully, hopefully, hopefully. Where are you, Xavier?
The word why will drive you crazy. You know, why him? You know, why any child? Why, you know, as a kid, you know, oh, I pray to God that never happens to me. You know, when I have kids or whatever, but you never think it's actually going to happen. After we said our prayers one night, he goes, I love you, Google. I'm like, a Google? What is a Google? He's like, we learned it in school today. It's an infinite number that keeps going and going and going and going. All right, Xavier, I got it. So, he said that at the end of the prayer a lot of the times. It's an infinite number. There are so many different emotions, you can't just name one. You can't name one feeling because it changes from 1 second to the next, you know. But the whole time, you're still looking around, looking for his face, watching, you know, but yet people can be really hateful. Yeah. And you know what? That doesn't, if all you're doing is spreading hate, that's all, you know, you're going to create is, you know, negative. But there's so many people praying for him and taking his flyers, and for that, I am truly blessed and thankful. And he will be ecstatic to me, you know.
Heartbreaking developments in Poweshiek County. Authorities may have found missing Montezuma boy's body. Authorities say the description matches Xavier Harrelson's. Now, if confirmed, it marks the end to a months-long mystery gripping the entire state.
The smile that I will never see again that's probably the hardest part for me to comprehend right now.
An emotional 24 hours. Family and friends say the new development comes as a shock, especially after holding out hope for so long.
So we want to get right to KCCI's Tommy Clark, who's live in Montezuma for us this morning. Tommy, what led authorities to that area?
Deputies say that a farmer found the body about 5 miles north of town here in Montezuma, where you can see these orange ribbons adorn every lamppost still here in town. And if you look at the storefronts in the town square, every door has his face on it. Those missing person signs still up. Right now, the scene not far from here is closed off, but here's a better idea of where the body was found. It's an area east of the town of Ewart and a mile west of Highway 63. It's a very remote area with farm fields, creeks, and ponds. This morning, it's hard to imagine the anguish people here in Poweshiek County are feeling. For months, search groups have been looking for Xavier. I was here then as Iowans from all over came to this area to comb fields. Xavier went missing back in May, just before his 11th birthday. Again, Iowa DCI agents have not confirmed the body is Xavier's, but they say the evidence points in that direction.
It appears to be that of an adolescent, and at this time the clothing description, or the clothing that we see on scene, even though it's obviously soiled and stuff, is consistent with what we knew Xavier to last be wearing.
Most recently, search crews honed in on the Fox Forest Recreation Area that's just southwest of Montezuma. That was on September 9th, but crews didn't find anything. The Iowa DCI has told KCCI it has not given up searching for Xavier 4 months now into his disappearance. Since then, the community has come together to support Xavier's family. There are those orange ribbons lining the streets of Montezuma to honor the boy. Orange is Xavier's favorite color. Local businesses helped raise tens of thousands of dollars for a reward fund to help bring him home. And of course, this new discovery comes 3 years after Molly Tibbetts was found not far from here. I was the first reporter to that scene, and her body was also found in a rural area outside of town. The same community, the same part of our state mourning Molly Tibbetts is now, although not confirmed, feeling the loss of 11-year-old Xavier Harrelson. For now, live in Montezuma, I'm Tommy Clark, KCCI 8 News, Iowa's news leader.
Chilling to feel that connection. Thank you, Tommy. A family friend was the first to report Xavier missing. Samantha Ricks has been very vocal about his disappearance. Her son is one of Xavier's best friends. She's behind the mission in Montezuma to raise awareness for Xavier. She said the case has really brought the community together.
I can't be more thankful for some of the people that have come in and have helped and support. And I mean, just your positive support online, on social media has been tremendous.
And she hopes people keep a closer eye on kids throughout the community. She also hopes for justice in this case. And you can count on KCCI to bring you the latest developments. You can download the KCCI app to receive updates as soon as we learn more in the search for Xavier.
Okay, Kayla James reports multiple agencies, including the Iowa State Patrol, Poweshiek County Emergency, and State Medical Examiner, were on the scene north of Montezuma. I also saw the Homeland Security SUV pull up as well. This is near the area where 11-year-old Xavier Harrelson went missing on May 27th. Authorities said he was last seen riding his bike in Montezuma, where he lived with his mother. Xavier went missing only days before his 11th birthday. A neighbor reported him missing. In August, his mother, Sarah Harrelson, told authorities she had no idea where he could be. "I just want him found," said Harrelson in her first interview since her son's disappearance. Harrelson said she remained publicly quiet until now because of her heartbreak and anxiety. On September 9th, the Iowa Division of Criminal Investigation received a tip that led them to search the Fox Forest County Recreation Area. The DCI told KCCI They interviewed hundreds of people over the course of the investigation and kept in regular contact with Xavier Harrelson. The reward for information regarding Xavier is about $35,000 as of September 21st. Molly Tibbetts' mother donated towards Xavier. Her mother donated money towards Xavier's reward fund since it's in the same area. Molly's body was found in rural Powesheik County late that summer. Multiple fundraisers and searches for Xavier have been organized over the past few months. 3 months after Xavier went missing, a day of action was planned. Iowans were asked to do 3 things to help spread the word about Xavier's case. Check back to KCCI for updates as this story develops. Oh my God. Nerve-wracking. It's pretty much confirmed. I mean, we have family in Molly Golightly's chat confirming that they're trying to figure out how to break the news to their child. So, but this is what I find after my research, and we'll stay tuned together.
Very sad news, everyone. Xavier Harrelson, he was found missing, 11-year-old boy from Montezuma, Iowa, that we talked about with Samantha Ricks on my channel many times. We prayed and prayed for his safe return, and unfortunately, I don't know the details yet. I just found out right now. So, I'm getting more pissed off. Are you kidding me? I don't know the details, and my heart goes out to Samantha Ricks and the entire community and everybody that put in search efforts for Xavier, his mother.
How does this happen? Hundreds of people. Let me highlight this. Somebody had to move this baby's body. Hundreds of people helped search areas around Montezuma in the days Harrelson was reported missing. Hundreds of people. And he's right up the road in a field. A farmer just rolls up on him. Nope. God bless you, baby. The chat is really beautiful. Thank you, guys. Who did this to this baby? There is no why. There's not an answer good enough. There's not an answer good enough. There's no reason to do this shit to these kids. There's no reason. So he wasn't trafficked. We know that. Well, unless they used him and then tossed him back out because the heat got to be too much. What the f is going on? Guys, it's too much. It's just like, come on. More. Jesus.
received a call from a local farmer that they had found what they thought to be is human remains in a field just south of here. And so the sheriff's office responded and confirmed what the farmer had reported and had called the DCI, since we've been working the investigation of Xavier Harrelson together in the event that it could possibly be Xavier. And we responded along with the state medical examiner's office and the state anthropologist. And we can confirm at this time that it is human remains. That's been confirmed by the state medical examiner's office. It appears to be that of an adolescent. And at this time, the clothing description, or the clothing that we see on scene, even though it's obviously soiled and stuff, is consistent with what we knew Xavier to last be wearing. We are not saying that it is Xavier Harrelson at this time. There's a lot of work yet to be done at the scene here. And then, as you can imagine, the state medical examiner's office and state anthropologist has a lot of work left ahead of them in the days and weeks even to come.
What time did you get the call?
It's around 2 o'clock this afternoon. So.
Can you talk a little bit about what the scene looks like right now? Is the investigation happening right now? Has anything been taken away?
It's just documentation is taking place right now. It's a very slow and methodical process, and meticulous process, as you can imagine. It's going to take several hours to do. And I will say that at this point, it's just found in a combined field, in a grassy area of a combined field. And so we want to make sure that, that we're not missing anything. And we have a lot of help here from the sheriff's office, DCI, and especially the medical examiner's office.
Obviously, you said you can't confirm that this is Xavier. Have you been in contact with the family?
We have contacted the family, and they have as much information as what we are giving you at this point, as far as human remains, that of an adolescent, and the clothing description. What we see at the scene is consistent with what we knew him to last be, what was reported to us that he was last wearing when he disappeared in March.
Is there anything that can tell you how he ended up here, how the remains ended up here?
And that's the part of the investigation that we can't discuss at this time.
And with the farmer discovering it, given the time of year, was this due to the harvest, things like that, of going over a field in a different way?
Yeah, field work. Yeah, he was completing field work. Anything else?
We're talking about it being a long 4 months. How is this for you guys, knowing that this?
Well, it moves us into another stage of the investigation. So in that sense, we're moving forward, I guess is what I'd say. So.
Right. And we're, just waiting for, any type of information, like we've been saying for the last 4 months. And just knowing that this is such a rural area, we were hopeful that if, unfortunately, Xavier was not still alive, into hunting season, harvest season, kind of put the word out for people to be paying attention, that kind of thing. And we'll now just wait and see, once the medical examiner is done with their ongoing investigation, which again will be several weeks probably, to see if we can confirm who it is, or be able to confirm who it is.
Are you able to tell us how long the remains have been there? Has it been 2 days, 2 months, 4 months?
I would say a significant amount of time. We can't age it, of course, but just, with the scene and the ground cover and that kind of thing, I would say for a period of time. I mean, more so than just a few days, yes.
Being in a combine field, is there some damage to evidence?
We don't know that yet. So, that'll be something for like the state anthropologist to do their examination on and that kind of thing.
What was the reaction from the family that you can share with us, and what kind of support can you provide at this point, being still in this sort of limbo state?
We were not there personally.
My detective talked to Sarah Harrelson, and naturally she was upset. So she was crying. So,
as well as his father and grandparents. So. Yeah, and again, they don't have any more information than than what we're providing to you guys right now. So there's nothing more to give. Yes.
Can you talk if this area, I guess, was previously searched before in the different searches, or if this was kind of an area that I guess maybe hasn't had that just yet?
This had not been searched specifically. in prior searches that were conducted.
I don't believe so. It might have had some airplanes flying over it. But
Right, but nothing that was
drones and
searched.
airplanes and whatnot.
Yeah, nothing that was searched, on foot.
As far as the ownership of the land, is the owner someone that you've spoken to in your investigation, or has been a name that we've heard over the course of this ordeal?
That's a question that we can't answer at this time, since it's an ongoing investigation. So,
and just in relation to where we are, how far away are we from kind of the active scene?
A mile?
Yeah, probably not quite half a mile. I'd say.
Yeah,
half a mile.
Yeah, straight out here.
If you all are able to say, I mean, what challenges do you all face going forward here in this case?
Obviously the identity of the remains, the cause, manner of death, is something that has to be investigated by the medical examiner's office, and then determining whether or not that there's foul play and just any other kind of common sense or obvious steps with a death investigation. And I guess what we'd like to add, again, as we've said so many times before, anybody that has any information, regarding this situation, regarding the disappearance of Xavier, if they come forward, it might be the most, they may think it's the most insignificant piece of information, and it may be what we need, to resolve this.
I think, if this is Xavier, that might get some people talking that have held their tongue up to now, so we're hopeful for that too.
And there is a reward that's up to 30.
It's 36,000. I don't know how much money they got from Molly Tibbetts' friend, but that would increase it.
You bet.
Any concerns right now at this point about everyone, whether it's ourselves, the media, or just folks in the community speculating that this is Xavier?
Any concerns, you mean?
Yeah, prematurely speculating that.
Well, I mean, there's nothing we can do to control that. So, and I just back up to what we first said, that it is human remains out of an adolescent, and in the clothing description. But so people are going to make assumptions, I guess. We are just taking it a step at a time in this investigation. I mean, what we have is evidence for itself to tell us, which direction we want to go, and starting with the identity of the remains.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Rest in peace, Xavier. Rest in peace, sweetheart. I can see everybody is starting to realize it, and the posts are coming out and things. I just, it was all kind of just thrown out there, and we were in the middle of Kendrick Johnson, and somebody came in and said it, and I couldn't find it on the news, and I thought, oh, maybe just another one of those rumors. But then I heard it was from Molly, and I was like, shit, because I know that Molly is in contact with Samantha. I had already reached out to Leave It to Bieber because I know she's in contact with his mother. So I'm like, I can't find a damn thing on the news. It's got, it had to come from somebody in the loop. And then my wonderful Leslie sent me the screenshot to show me Samantha Ricks confirmed in Molly's chat. And then little by little, I started to found the news article just showing the vehicles moving around, and then I got another article from Leslie, and here we are saying rest in peace to another baby. Another baby. He didn't even get to hit his teenage years. He didn't even get to see his... And they always seem to go right before their birthday. Good Lord. Just let them all be on a big playground in heaven. And thank you, DB, for bringing me back to my point, which is everything was just kind of put out there, but we couldn't really prove it and get a handle on it. So I did this live so that we could all come together and get a handle on this information and these emotions. So thank you all for being here. I think in the last 43 minutes, we've all come to the same conclusion that Xavier he's gone. He is no longer missing, which is what we want, right? We always want to find him. God damn it, not like this. What's the alternative, y'all? A Donald Wells situation, we track them down and they really are locked in a basement, battered and bruised and mentally jacked up from everything they've experienced? Or do we find them in a cornfield or in a tote? God damn it. And I can't stop crying. So at the end of the day, we have his body now, so we have evidence. And we're going to find out who did it. And let's just have a quick prayer. Almighty God, you are the only source of health and healing. In you there is calm and the only true peace in the universe. Grant to each one of us, your children, an awareness of your presence, and give us perfect confidence in you. In all pain and weariness and anxiety, teach us to yield ourselves to your never-failing care, knowing that your love and power surrounds us, trusting in your wisdom and providence to give us health and strength and peace when your time is best. Through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. Prayers to all the sick and shut in. You guys bear with me. I'm gonna switch gears just a little bit. I'm gonna play this video. I'm gonna go ahead and play this video. I'm gonna leave it to Bieber. Spoke with his mom, so let's hear her out, because we've, even the media said she hadn't spoken publicly. I know this interview was July 12th, so it still was a few months later for sure. But let's hear what she has to say, because that's the thing. If she never spoke, then all we have is hearsay, and well, we don't have to work off hearsay if the horse's mouth has spoken. So we're going to go and see exactly what she said, because we heard that she didn't report it. We didn't hear why. I actually heard something different about why someone else reported it. So let's hear it straight from her. Again, formulate your own opinion. I'm not here to try to change that. Just here to make sure that you know both sides of the story.
Hey guys, real quick before we jump into this, I don't even want to call it an interview. Before we start the rest of the video, I'm so grateful that Sarah came here. I'm not grateful, I'm honored. I'm all the above. There is one thing that I did want to ask about that I forgot, and there is a couple things that she wanted me to put in, so I'm editing, so here goes. One, I wanted to talk about one of her encounters that she had with the police. And at one point, she told them, if you feel like I'm involved, just do whatever you got to do. I just want my son. I just think that's important. Listen, guys, whichever way the cookie goes on this one, it's about the baby. It doesn't matter. Everything else will work itself out, whatever you feel. And also, Sarah wanted me to say, she could not do this without her community. And she literally has no words at all for how grateful she is. And the prayers, she says, even the smallest things, you just don't know how that they impact her daily life. And she is bowled over by the prayers, the love, the support. And also, Total Choice, Molly's Movement. I'm going to name out some of these names, just first name only. If they ever see this, they'll know they're speaking. They're, you know, the message is for them. And a lot of it is just fun in the words. You know, not everybody is just great with hopping in front of the camera, but here goes. To Bruce and Laura, everybody involved at the Total Choice, the print shop. Tina and Joy with Molly's Movement. And she says she wants to thank you very much for your sacrifices. She knows that it is taken away from y'all's family, from your personal life, and from the bottom of her heart, she is beyond thankful. And she just wanted to make sure that that comes across. And where's Xavier? Thank you for the prayers. And she pay it forward. And what else was the one? I just saw it. Just be kind. Just be kind. And but thank you so much. Okay, here's the rest of the video. We got to find this baby. So tonight we have a very special person. And the channel's going to be the members, because we've been following this baby's case. And I'm grateful that she wanted to come here and talk about her son and on behalf of him. And Xavier Harrelson, welcome to the channel. Welcome here. And thank you for coming and sharing some of Xavier with us. I appreciate it. I really do. So you want to just tell me, you can start wherever. You want to talk about the day he went missing? Oh, and just real quickly, Xavier Harrelson is a missing baby out of Montezuma, Iowa. And he's been missing 6 weeks. He was 10 when he went missing. He turned 11 3 days after. And that's where we're at. And that's where we've been. There's been benefit concerts and things like that. It's been slow moving process outwardly, publicly from police. But I do feel like I prayerfully, and I feel like that they are working on something. And but Sarah, the floor is yours, and welcome.
Thank you. I just want to start with, it was the 27th, Thursday, and Xavier is the most outgoing, pure son, and just, joy, and very imaginative, very smart, but yet a little smart aleck at the same time. And he would never run off. He would never leave the trailer park, and he sure wouldn't be by no lake or anything. But I don't know exactly where to start. But
do you want to start with that day? You know what was going on that day?
We first got up. He was asking for my phone. I told him no, one day for YouTube. I told him I needed to charge it. So he plugged it in, took off, and I went to the bathroom, came out, asked if he wanted pancakes or anything. He said no. And I'm like, why aren't you hungry? You're always hungry. And I had forgot the night before he had 2 bologna sandwiches, a pack of ramen noodles, and a crab bag and a half of chips. So it was late. So that's probably why he's not hungry. I was like, okay. Right. So he got on his Twitch, because it's summer, and the summer rule is we don't go out before 9:30 in the morning because we're very loud and people work their shift. So,
for sure. Right.
So he was playing on that, and I was doing laundry, and time goes on, and I went to the bathroom. So it was 10:38. The only reason I know is because the phone was sitting on the walker in front of me. Mm-hmm. And I had the big Christmas bell on the front door. That way I could tell when the door was being opened and shut, because on the way back, you can't hear very well. Mm-hmm. And I certainly, so I heard the bell, and I'm like, Bubba, and he didn't answer me. I was like, could have at least told me. He always tells me where he's going first and what he's doing, you know, before he goes, and, you know. And I finished going to the bathroom, got up, and to get through the hallway, you got a washer and dryer right there. So I finished switching loads around, went out to the porch and yelled for him. And it was almost 11, or it was right after 11. And the neighbor, Scott, had said he hadn't seen him yet because I'd yelled. And he goes, I haven't seen him. I was like, well, he just came out. And I said, well, maybe he's in, you know, the neighbor's playing Minecraft. You know? And so when I went back in, I was like, he'll be back soon. You know, he'll be hungry before long, you know, lunchtime, you know?
Sure, yeah.
And so lunch comes, and I was like, okay, by 1 o'clock, I'm like, where the heck is this child at? And I went back outside again, and in between, I yelled for his name a couple of different times. But at that time, I had heard Zoe, and I yelled for her, and she came back around from her trailer to the front, or from her front to the back in between ours. And I'd asked her if Xavier's playing Minecraft over there. She said no, that he hadn't been with her all morning. And I said, you haven't seen him all morning? And she said, no. I said, okay. And
you kind of knew then something was starting to get a little weird.
Yeah, and I tried getting a hold of my roommate or ex-roommate, and she wasn't answering. I got hold of her son. I said, is Xavier with them? And he's like, no, I've got my sister, you know, they went to Des Moines. I said, okay. I said, all right. And I hung up with him, and I had called Sam and asked her, you know, I don't know where he is. The only the places that I could think he'd be would be these places. And I said I would start with the parks, the school park, the city park, and then, you know, so-and-so.
Right.
I said, but he still wouldn't leave. And he knows I wouldn't let him go by himself anyways, you know.
Right.
But
when there's a speed bump, right, too, that he normally never even went past.
Yeah, the second speed bump, you don't go past. It's where the road tees. Because it goes to the garbage can or straight to 63. It's the only way in and out of the trailer park.
Right.
And people fly through there, and they're don't pay attention to kids or nothing. And so she started looking, and he wasn't anywhere. And when she came back, I said, if he's not at the last trailer down by the garbage, you know, playing with, you know, over there, I said, you know, then I'm going to go ahead and call the police. And she said, okay. And she took off. And next thing I know, I see the sheriff coming, and she's walking her boyfriend or whatever.
Now, this is Samantha Ricks, correct?
They walked straight past the sheriff's truck, got in her car, which is still parked in front of my trailer, and they left and told him what was going on. You know, we looked here. He would never leave. He would never run off. It's not him. Somebody had to have taken him. And somebody had to have taken him, period, you know? And they're still looking at it as a runaway. And I was like, he would never, he's scared of the dark. He gets pulled easy. It's called CMT, Charcot-Marie Tooth. It's a muscle degeneration of the limbs, and it's hereditary. But he gets cold way too easy, and he certainly isn't going to go that long without eating. And if he was running off, he would have taken his Nintendo Switch, you know?
Right.
And
his bicycle,
and food, and a bike. At least one of the bikes, probably the mountain bike, because then he can shift gears. You don't have to pedal nonstop, like on the long gears.
He wasn't really elaborate with this runaway, huh?
Yeah, and I was like, and he wouldn't leave without his walking stick either, because he's got a big walking stick that when we went mushroom hunting and stuff and did our hikes with, you know, that way he can keep his feet. We're not very good balance, you know.
Sure. And this degeneration, could you speak on that a little bit? And you and him both have it, correct?
Yeah, it's hereditary.
It's hereditary. And
basically, it's like, out of your kids, 50% or more will have it, but I ended up with more. It affected me more. I was the only one in my family that had to have surgery on my feet, because the muscles deteriorate and my feet started to lean out. So they took them and bolted them back over, pulled my feet back over this way.
Oh, wow.
But over the years, I'd had 8 different surgeries on my left foot, and the metal plate and screws were coming out right before they went to amputate it. So, and you can't have pain meds or anything, so.
Right.
But Xavier, his back hurts him. My back really, didn't start hurting me until I was older, and Joshua bugs him sometimes, but Xavier's always complaining about it, his back hurting, and so he don't walk very far, or we don't do certain terrains for very long, or, so,
right.
Because even though he's a trooper, he'll stay right along with you, but he'll regret it later on in the night, it's when we stop that it hits you,
You'll be feeling it later.
Yeah, definitely. And, but he wouldn't go anywhere without a bike anyways. He ain't gonna walk that far, and he sure isn't gonna go to the lake.
Right.
Because when we came back to visit, it would have been 2014. He was 2, or he just turned 3. That's right, he just turned 3. And we were at a friend's farm, and the kids were running through sprinklers, and I'm standing here. The back door is here. The sprinklers is probably like 20 feet in front of me between 2 pine trees. And to the left of me is it's supposed to be, they call it pond, a little, I'm thinking this thing isn't that deep or anything, but Xavier came around after running through the sprinkler, ran past me, went to go get back in line, all of a sudden turned, darted, and jumped into this little, it was only probably a yard across my arms, I think a yard. But it came clear up to here on me, and I jumped in, it seemed like forever, but it was right after, he fell in, and I, yanked him out, and yeah, so he
was leery of water.
Right, but even when we went to the lake for mushroom hunting and that, we walked the fence line of the lumber yard, and there's a path down there that you can take, that, from everybody taking it, and it's, a path, it's cut and everything.
Right.
And then you go across the road that goes into Diamond Lake, and on the right-hand side, you go down a little bit, there's a wooden bridge on the right hand and path back there. We never even went over by the actual lake part. That's why I was like, he wouldn't be at lake, he wouldn't go by himself, or, I was like, he just wouldn't.
Right.
And it was frustrating, and by Sunday, his birthday, after they called the search off, that was when I got a hold of the, how do you say it?
Molly movement.
Yeah. I sent him a bunch of pictures because I know she had the biggest social outlet, and get his face out there and his information, and it's paying it forward, for all other kids, or even young adults, or even adults, because everybody, every age is, disappearing, and all he wanted for his birthday was for his dad and brother, the 4 of us to be together, and Nintendo Switch games. That's all he wanted.
Nothing too pressing.
Oh man, it wouldn't though. But he's asking me how many games did he get. Where I was like, dude, I don't know, because what we paid for that, your brother when he was 4, it would cover him in presents. It was like if you get 3 now, for $150. I was like, I don't know. I don't play games.
I don't either.
Xavier, all I can tell you is look up the prices and tell me what game you want.
What you want, fix it.
Right. So he wrote a list. I was like, how about I just, he goes, take me and I pick it out. I was like, if you want to do it that way, we can do it that way, buddy. Right. He's like, all right. So
what's your favorite thing about Xavier?
I can't name one thing.
Yeah. What about, y'all have very similar personalities from what you say?
We are a lot alike.
Yeah.
Very outgoing, very bubbly, but want to make everybody happy, but at the same point in time, cheer somebody up who really needs it.
Yeah.
Because laughter is good for the soul, and we will say the most outlandish whatever we can to get you to laugh. because we know it's what you need, you know?
Yeah.
And just our imagination of the stories, you know, and people just laugh. We were sitting there listening to Xavier play one night, and there were 4 of us in the living room, 4 adults, and I was like, "You guys didn't play like that?" And they're like, "No, we had 2 trucks crashed together. That was it." I was like, "Really?" Because Xavier's talking about his wife's in labor, and he's leaving the fire department. He's got to wait, and he's got a whole little, the whole town, And I was like,
Darcy said he could tell some stories for sure.
Oh yeah, but he's very smart and intelligent too.
Yes.
But also very mischievous too. It's like, oh, you're slick, huh? We don't get mad, we get even. Just remember that, buddy. But it was always playful, and as long as we're going or we're outside, we're doing something and just enjoying nature and all of our family.
Making memories, yeah.
That's, we're just giddy, Yeah.
What was I going to say? So I'm just going to, there's a couple things that have been kicked around. Bicycle is in the home. Yes.
Both of the bicycles are in the home.
Both of the bicycles were in the home, and he
never even took his bike out that day because I make him bring them in so they don't get stolen.
Right. I know in the other video that I did with Darcy, I spoke incorrectly about the reason why it had nothing to do with anything previous.
I just wanted to check to make sure he wasn't the neighbors playing, Minecraft, or just, for some reason, maybe he'd seen one of the older boys who he runs around with his younger brother. Maybe they come to the park and asked him, and I don't see why he wouldn't have, because he always knows, he's always telling me, okay, don't freak out, I'm going to be here, I'll be right here, I'm not,
right, and
checking in with me. But he had
doorbells and everything,
But it was just okay, am I over exaggerating? No, he definitely would have been here to eat by now. And what is going on, And
you just pretty much you had a hard time gauging the severity of it.
Yeah, but I also
initially
my vehicle isn't running, and I can't get my prosthetic on, and yeah, this walker, good God, I'd make it out of the trailer park, and that'd take me probably 45 minutes right there alone. I wouldn't get very far, and home is the first place he's going to come,
Yeah, so, and there's a reason, it wasn't an officer came, through, and the officer was flagged down. It was never, I just wanted to spell, this is your son. This is what you're going through, and, we don't need to minimize how important that is. So, I'm trying to think. So the benefit, so you got a hold of Molly's movement. They've been amazing. You want to talk a little bit about the benefit and everything that's been going on in between as far as that and the community and the support? And
there are no words to thank the community and everybody who's looking for her, donated money, stamps, envelopes, putting up flyers. There's no amount of thanks, but it also gives you hope at the same point in time. That his photo is being put everywhere. He is going to be seen someday. Because the first 48 hours is the most important,
Yes, ma'am.
And his picture wasn't even out. There wasn't an Amber. He didn't qualify for an Amber Alert, and you're painted into a corner, and you're also trying to think of, what would make the situation worse, what could make it worse, what could make it better, what could, there's just so many things that go through you, and you don't know, what's good and what's going to help and what's not. But I just wanted his information out there and who he is, and he's such an amazing boy, and people want to get crazy with stupid ideas and theories, and I don't care. You don't think we haven't thought of that? We just want him home. Just want him safe. Sorry.
You're fine. Don't ever apologize for anything, ever. I want to say, too, while we have this little space, The request to get flyers will be in the description box below. The change.org to extend and add to the Amber Alert criteria. Yeah, all of that's going to be in the description box below for those of y'all that watch this video. Do you want to talk a little bit about this criteria, and your thoughts on it? Or this change.org petition?
Obviously, the bureaucratic way does not work, and these kids and everybody, they matter, and they're important too. And that's the main thing, is alerting. Even if authorities don't even know that there's a child, but yet it's been on the news, or there are all these kids. I think that they should have they have computers right there in front of them in their cars, even. They could have a thing that flips the screen through all the missing kids of Iowa for the day, or, something to let people know, because it's people who are driving, the truck drivers, the farmers, they're going to be the ones who are going to see them, and that's my whole thing is, I want them home, we want them home, and the only way to do that is social media and everyone, just, it's a child.
All hands on deck, yeah. Oh, heck, I had a train of thought. I forgot it. Yes, I forgot what I was going to say. But what I will say is the link for that change.org is going to be in the description box. Oh, that's what I was going to say. So, yeah, like my thoughts on that is, like we all seen the Summer Wells case. There is this car that they're looking for is just potential witness, perhaps. We don't even know. Somebody else saw the car. Nothing suspicious, I don't guess. Hell, who knows? But it's at the discretion.
The only way that in and out of the trailer park that you're not going to be able to, and even still, there's a camera on it. The storage unit. That's the only way in and out. Or somebody still had to see something. I just don't believe that you just disappear in the thin air, Especially somebody that everybody knows and loves, and it just kind of makes sense,
It doesn't. It's wild. I mean, and it's not like it's not remote. It's not a dead end road. It's somebody definitely knows something for sure. All right, guys, we had to take a little break. Emotions are a little bit high. So, Sarah, how are you? I mean, other than being a ball of mess, is there anything you want to say? How are you? And I just want to say, publicly, I'm honored. I'm honored that you're here, and it means a lot. And thank you for sharing these private moments with the channel. And I've told you this in private, but and I appreciate it. I more than appreciate it. There's thousands and thousands of mothers out there who are missing their children. And there's thousands of kids that would have benefited from an Amber Alert or different things. So, I mean, I think if there is something that could come out of any kind of, this ain't a tragedy just yet, but
learning from the mistakes of the past is one of the biggest things, and the Amber Alert and getting their information and their pictures out is, I think, the most crucial part of all of it, because people are on social media all the time anymore. But there are people like truck drivers who are just constantly go. Everybody's going, and for the time it takes you to make a negative comment, you just shared his picture to everybody on your list.
Yeah.
It's just plain and simple. It is a child, for goodness sakes, and all these parents and all these families that are tore up and just think, we just want to know, and we want them home, and we want them safe, and until nobody could say anything unless you've been through that person's entire life, everything they've been through, whatever, because a decision I made 10 seconds, if it had been 10 seconds later, I may have made a different decision. Right. Nobody could ever say, well, I would have done it this way or that way. Well, I'm proud of you, but in that moment, it's, the nightmare of it, and you don't know. And you still, are trying for that good road, and good intentions, but it didn't turn out,
And he's still gone, you know. You're way deep in it. You never thought, you know.
You know, you never think it's going to happen to you, but at the same point in time, it's like, why any child? Why?
Yeah.
You know, and it's just a very disturbing world, you know. When we were kids, we could ride our bike 7 miles away to a lake and no problems, you know.
Right.
It was, you know, I'm not saying no problems. I'm saying it's just.
I know what you're saying.
What, you know, if all you're showing is negative or giving is negative, that's all you're going to receive.
For sure.
You know, and I believe in the paying it forward and positive, and you know, because one small thing could affect somebody. It can make their day or change their life or stop them from being suicidal or, you know, just looking for the good and trying to help anybody can, you know.
Well, y'all kind of live by that motto, you know, you're having a bad day, we're here to cheer you up. You know, every picture of this baby of yours, he has got the biggest, prettiest, like, just this boastful smile. Like he just, I could tell he lit up a room, you know. I mean, he's just got this beautiful smile. And as I hear, he's got the most beautiful blue eyes. They would literally stop a clock from what I hear.
Yeah, we live, love, and laugh with all we have because we never promise tomorrow. And you know what? Somebody's having a horrible day. Laughter is good for the soul. You may not want it.
Picture with him,
and we'll say something absolutely ridiculous just to get you to laugh, but it's, you know, it's a matter of it'll be okay, you know. Right. It's a different path we're going to take, you know.
So I wanted to, and we didn't talk about this off camera, so I hope it's okay. If not, I could edit it out. But y'all have to move in a certain amount of time because of the things going on with the trailer court.
Originally, we were going to be out May 29th. The 30th was his birthday. He turned 11. And we were going to be in Marshalltown with his dad and brother for his birthday for a day or two before we went to our place in Des Moines. And not missing the 27th. And you know, you can only prolong things for so long, and I cannot afford or purchase this place, nor do I want to because, there's a lot of things. Yeah, it's got black mold, and it's,
it's just not what you want. We'll just say that.
No, and, you know, we are country people, but Monty is such an awesome community. That's why we can't keep going back to Montezuma is because of the people and who they are, and you know what is important to us is each other, and you know what I mean,
right?
And it's a community school, right? And it's a smaller school. Everybody knows everybody. The teachers, you know, they have more one-on-one time, and it's just a great place to live, you know. And it's definitely like a twilight zone, you know. You definitely don't think that anything's ever going to happen, you know.
Right. Well, you're up against this time, and you got to deal with this baby's room. I know you. Well, I have heard you've been struggling, but I
can't do it. And I won't until the very last day. You know, he had made an environment for a turtle he had George. So I got to transfer that and do it. I'm going to put it all in a clear rubber tote.
Okay.
Keep it exactly how he had it, you know, because he made this whole environment for him, you know, from the rocks to the dirt to an area to get wet and swim and eat. And he was freaking out because he wasn't eating none of the flies. He's going to die. I'm like, he's only the second day. I'm like, calm down, breathe, you know.
That is so fun. He wasn't a little dramatic, was he?
Oh, man. We are very emotional people, but very outgoing at the same time. Yeah, very stubborn.
Right.
It's kind of like a clash in storms, you know, sometimes. I got to transfer that and do it. I'm going to put it all in a clear rubber tote.
Okay.
Keep it exactly how he had it, you know, because he made this whole environment for him, you know, from the rocks to the dirt to an area to get wet and swim and eat. And he was freaking out because he wasn't eating none of the flies. He's going to die. I'm like, he's only the second day. I'm like, calm down, breathe, you know.
That is so fun. He wasn't a little dramatic, was he?
Oh, man. We are very emotional people, but
Right.
Very outgoing at the same time. Yet very stubborn.
Right.
It's kind of like a clash at storms, sometimes.
Yeah.
It's just matter. You got to take a step back, breathe. Let's reapproach this from a different angle.
Yeah. Well,
And it'll be
always good to
okay. We'll
redirect.
figure it out.
For sure. It's always good to redirect. So I just want to say this, just for people watching. There is a GoFundMe. It has nothing to do with Sarah or, Molly's movement or anything. And we're separate from that. But what I do want to say is that there is, if you feel like you want to help, there is a print company local. The description will be below. They have been funding all of the flyers and everything on their dime. So if you would like to contribute or help to this print company, which I don't have the name right now. Sarah, what is the name of that? Total Choice.
Total Choice in Grinnell.
Total Choice in Grinnell. I will have their webpage linked at the bottom. You can donate directly to Molly's movement or directly to the reward fund. So, and those things are all taken care of. Sarah, is there anything else you wanted to say outside of how you wanted to end for your son? Is there anything else you want to cover or address? And then you can just move on into the message you wanted to leave for your son. And we will leave it like that. And just thank you.
I maybe just want to tell him, Bubba, we're looking and we're going to find you. And we say a prayer every night, which is, now I lay me down to sleep. I pray the Lord my soul to keep. Angels watch me through the night until I wake the morning light. And I say, I love you from here to the moon and stars and back. And he has a couple different endings, but his main one lately has been, I love you from here to the moon, the galaxy, and all the way back in a Google. I'm like, a Google? He goes, a Google. It's an infinite number. It just keeps going and going and going and going. And this is Xavier, and going and going. And amen. And we say, good night, I love you. And we go to bed with the stars and everyone watching over us. And we're going to find you, Bubba.
Sarah, thank you so much for coming. I'm not going to keep you any longer. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And we're gonna push this out for your baby, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you. You want to cover or address, and then you can just. It has nothing to do with Sarah or Molly's movement or anything.
He wasn't eating none of the flies. He's gonna die. I'm like, he's only the second day. I'm like, calm down, breathe.
That is so fun. He wasn't a little dramatic, was he?
Oh man, yeah.
And you got to deal with this baby's room. I know you. I have heard you've been struggling, but I can't
do it. And I won't until the very last day. He had made an environment for a turtle. Who they are, and what is important to us is each other, and you know what I mean.
Right.
And it's a community school, right? And it's a smaller school. Everybody knows everybody. The teachers, they have more one-on-one time, and it's just a great place to live, And it's definitely like a Twilight Zone, You definitely don't think that anything's ever going to happen,
Right. Well, you're up against this time, and you got to deal with this baby's room. I know you. I have heard you've been struggling, but I can't
do it. And I won't until the very last day. He had made an environment for a turtle. He had George. Twilight Zone, You definitely don't think that anything's ever going to happen,
Right. Well, you're up against this time, and you got to deal with this baby's room.
Of the people and who they are, and what is important to us. Originally, we were going to be out May 29th. The 30th was his birthday. He turned 11, and we were going to be in Marshalltown with his dad and brother for his birthday for a day or two before we went to our place in Des Moines. And not missing the 27th. And you can only prolong
trailer court.
Originally, we were going to be out May 29th. The 30th was his birthday. He turned 11.
Got the biggest, prettiest, like, just this boastful smile. Like he just, I could tell he lit up a room, you know? I mean, he's just got this beautiful smile. And as I hear, he's got the most beautiful blue eyes. They would literally stop a clock from what I hear.
Yeah, we live, love, and laugh with all we have because we never promise tomorrow. And you know what? Somebody's having a horrible day. Laughter is good for the soul. You may not want it.
Picture with him.
And we'll say something absolutely ridiculous just to get you to laugh, but it's, you know, it's a matter of it'll be okay, you know.
Right.
It's a different path we're gonna take, you know.
So I wanted to, and we didn't talk about this off camera, so I hope it's okay. If not, I can edit it out. But y'all have to move in a certain amount of time because of the things going on with the trailer court.
Originally, we were going to be out May 29th. The 30th was his birthday. He turned 11. And we were going to be in Marshalltown with his dad and brother for his birthday a day or two before we went to our place in Des Moines. And I'm not missing the 27th. And, you know, you can only prolong things for so long. And I cannot afford or purchase this place, nor do I want to because, there's a lot of things. Yeah, it's got black mold and it's.
Okay, so now everybody has at least heard her speak. Whatever you would like to believe, it is on you. I'm gonna plead the fifth right now. I'm not ready to have an opinion, but I will say that a lot of us were upset about her moving, and now I've heard it for the first time. And I should have heard this a couple months ago, at least a month ago, because I leave it to be presented to me. But it sounds like they were raising the rent and stuff. So anyway, she had already committed to moving out. And so they had to go ahead and make it happen is what it was. They already had a new place set up and everything. So yeah, I'm with you. I forget, I think it was We Scottish that said, you know, I would have camped out in the yard. You know, you got to move, you got to move. The Lord knows I had to move in the middle of COVID because of a lease that I had already said I was getting out of before the shit hit. But I had to go. You can't, you know what I mean? Yeah, they're like, you can stay for $300 extra a month or whatever. But I would have been in that yard every damn day. That part I agree with. But any further than that, I need more facts. I need more facts. The question now is no longer where is Xavier? We know that he's in heaven. Or whatever your version of heaven is that you believe in, a great place where angels love on him and he doesn't feel any pain. He's happy. Now the hashtag changes from where is Xavier Harrelson to justice for Xavier. How many times does that happen, y'all? It's like missing is the new deceased. Think about that. So, if I could please ask you all to drop some orange emojis in the chat for Xavier. That was his favorite color. If you don't have any orange emojis, a simple justice for Xavier will work. His name is Xavior. Please let's get it right. As we spread awareness, let's say his name. Let's say it right. But we love you, Xavier. We're glad that you're home. And we pray for justice. Much love to all you beautiful people in the chat. I will definitely see you in the comments.